The Handmaid's Tale.
That's not.
The Handmaid's Tale.
106 minutes.
Oh, I think there was a crappy version.
It's a drama, romance, sci-fi.
Drama, romance.
The Handmaid's Tale.
You guys haven't heard of this, so let me explain. Under a dystopian religious tyranny.
Stop it. Reading.
No, what it's about. It's your show, but it's a movie.
I feel like you might be able to put together something from Beetlejuice.
Yeah, that's almost what first came to mind. And I've got basically black sweatpants that I could stripe some white paint on and throw some paint on my face, but I don't have. Maybe I've got the hair for a Beetlejuice haircut, but I don't know.
House party.
I mean, if you just spray painted it that weird color.
You could put on a prison jumpsuit and go as the dad from Beetlejuice.
Jeez.
Damn.
That's going to be an obscure reference.
You could dress up like a trash man for Men at Work.
Men at Work.
Oh, it's a guy movie. It's not for you.
When did Die Hard? Okay. So
Die Hard 2. 1990?
Or Die Hard 1.
Oh, late 80s.
Just like have bare feet and a white tank top and be all sweaty and dirty and have some duct tape on your back. You know.
And say you're that guy from Moonlighting.
Right.
You know that guy with that one hit single? What was that song? What was that horrible song he had? Can't remember.
Oh.
Weird.
Groundhog Day, you could just pretend like you forget what people are telling you over and over and over again.
You have to wear a scarf or something.
American Pie, you could show up with a pie.
Gotta watch out with that one.
Stifler's mom the whole time. Why do you have to watch out with that?
Somebody might take you for a pie.
Matt, I don't think we ever watched Erotic Ghost Story 3.
I can't say that I have.
Don't have that one on Blu-ray and DVD?
No.
What erotic?
You have some plaid fabric around, you can make yourself a kilt and go as Braveheart.
I've got a portion of that speech memorized, so we're halfway there.
Slumber Party Massacre 3. There were a lot of 3s that were really good.
Apparently.
Maniac Cop 2 out of 3. But
Say if you were to do the Braveheart costume, you'd have to do the Braveheart costume, but then give like the St. Crispin's Day speech. Because that would be funny.
yeah.
It'd be done. Get a decent memory. I don't know, that's like a whole thing. I don't have a bed sheet that's made of velvet, unfortunately.
Is that unfortunate?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No.
That feels fortunate to me. I don't think velvet sheets sound like a good idea.
No.
Oh, I'm sure they breathe well.
Yeah, absolutely. In case I wanted to die of heat stroke overnight. Give me some
Wake up
velvet
8
sheets.
pounds lighter.
Well, and laundering, that would be a bear.
These are my cut weight sheets. Whoa, I'm not even reading that one out loud. Jeepers, 1990 was weird.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
That's the year I looked up because I don't remember movies. There was a Jetsons the movie.
Oh, there was a Flintstones movie. I remember that. It was not bad.
The one with John Goodman?
Mm-hmm.
I've seen that.
All right.
You could do arachnophobia if you've got like a jumpsuit and a lot of fake plastic spiders.
Fair enough. Give me 5 minutes. I gotta grab my dinner out of the oven.
I'm going to have to go grab some spiders.
I'm gonna see how many plastic spiders I have in the house.
He's not here for prom night 3. The last.
I bet every store, though, right now, because it's Halloween season, has plastic spiders by the bucket load.
Yep.
Mhm.
That's easy to get. So how's everyone?
Good.
Pretty good. How are you?
Pretty good.
I found a new art store, so I bought a new t-shirt. It's got a monster on it.
Oh, cute. An art store?
Yeah, it's like art prints, and it's run by a couple artists, and they put art on glasses and shirts and towels and just a bunch of stuff. They've got screen printing operation there, so
Oh, cool.
it's 1 hour. And then like this one's like the monster of Lake Mendota, so they do like they've hodags
Yeah.
and got a Devil's Lake devil. They do. It's cute. I like the art.
Is the monster of Lake Mendota a yuppie?
Coasty.
I heard the news story about the dock collapsing at the Union. Like,
Yep.
whoop, and a whole bunch of drunk
people were
undergrads.
new to being on docks.
Yep.
I was reading some of the comments on the the Madison subreddit. Like, I was on that dock, and then more people started showing up, and I got off of it because I knew that was,
those are
lo and behold,
rickety.
later they're all in the lake.
But then the lady that they interview on the radio is like, it was just one of those things you just can't even believe it would happen. Like,
Yeah, I've been on those docks when they were, in better shape 20 years ago, and they couldn't hold that many people. And as more people start showing up, and you could feel it shaking, like, nope, see you later.
Actually, it happened like 20 years ago before, like the same thing happened.
Oh,
like,
did it? I don't remember that.
Sure. I don't know that, but
Right,
sure.
right. I'm not
Then they
surprised.
replaced it, and
Apparently, it's happened
Years old.
twice before because college students.
Right.
Yeah.
They just
Not
same thing when you hear about those balconies collapsing, and it's like there's 50 people on this apartment balcony. Like, yeah, that's not designed for 50 people.
Do you remember the one at 619? Like, you barely wanted to
Oh,
go
yeah.
there, like, with yourself.
Yeah.
do you think Jake would want to dress up like a vampire motorcycle?
Probably. Who wouldn't?
A motorcycle or the motorcyclist?
I bought a vampire motorcycle, 1990.
That
I said what I said.
that's insane.
Don't second guess me.
There's somebody in a studio like, get it on film. That's a great idea.
Someone said
Do it.
a tornado full of sharks.
That's
Now that's ridiculous, but whatever.
not once, but twice.
Well, once it started making money, how many have they made? Like 8?
At
Oh, I
least
have no
5.
Oh my god.
There's a
And there are
lot.
at least 5. I know of 5 of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of Sharknado.
That's
movies.
crazy.
They
They
keep
also made
making money.
Velocipaster.
That's true. Piranha 3D.
Shame on you.
Shame on you.
Oh my gosh.
Velocipaster was this close to being a great movie.
Mm-hmm. No, there's Cocaine Bear. I haven't seen that one yet.
Equally
Hey,
ridiculous.
UHF came out in 1989.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
Close.
Zombie Zoo. I don't know. It's a zoo of zombies. It has a ridiculous campy name, but it's just a zoo of zombies.
When did
It's
this
on my to watch list on Shudder. Like, I'll watch that.
Guaranteed the main plot point is the zoo breaks down and they escape, and now you've got just regular zombies.
Well, of course.
When did Serpent and the Rainbow come out? Because that would be a super easy costume.
Oh,
What is that?
that's a scary movie.
I don't know that I've ever heard of that movie.
That's
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
That's
Good.
cool.
I feel like it is relevant to this genre. Like,
1988. There you go.
That's a lot.
I will send you the cover, and you can just.
What about the
And
guy
for-
with the top hat and the skeleton body?
So that's a James Bond movie called Live and Let Die, which is one of the greatest of all time. But you probably shouldn't dress up like him.
What?
That's the blaxploitation James Bond. It's
Oh my god.
it's so good, but it's really not good.
Speaking of James Bond, I went back and rewatched all of the James Bonds that they have on HBO, starting in the late 50s, early 60s maybe.
Yeah.
Very sexist, very racist.
Oh,
Astonishingly so.
Insane. I'm watching this like, this does not hold in today's standard at all.
the one thing that I'll give Live and Let Die, other than it being awesome, is there's a dude in that wears a mask to hide who he is through the whole movie and then takes it off, and it's a big reveal. And it's not like one guy and then like a camera cut to like a guy taking off a mask that doesn't look like anything and then being like, haha, no, it's a guy. And you can't quite tell what's wrong with him until you find out later it's a mask. Spoiler alert.
Oh yeah. Yep.
They lost me when there was that one James Bond movie where the love interest's name was Christmas, and the whole point of her name being Christmas is just to make a gross joke at the end. Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, that's all of the women's names in all of those movies.
But
James
other
Bond was never
one-
an intellectual viewing.
the other gross lady names, at least like you got the joke for moment one, like, okay, I gotcha. But you don't get the name joke until the very end. Like, really? This whole time you were just sitting on that one.
Yeah, Pussy Galore and what's her name? Onatop.
Yeah.
What was her first name?
Ivan.
Ivana.
Molotov cocktails.
Are you sure that's not an Austin Powers one?
No.
No, that's a lot of vagina.
It's golden.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
They
GoldenEye.
didn't even try.
Yep. Well, I think a lot of work went into that one. They tried a lot.
To watch Austin Powers again.
That is hilarious. That is a very underappreciated movie.
Agreed.
What late 90s?
Yeah, I think so.
No, earlier than that, because I guess it depends what you mean by late 90s. Because we were still in college when like the second and third ones came out.
99 and 2002.
That late?
Yeah. They all came out in a 5-year spec.
Huh. I guess I
But-
assume these things take longer than they do.
I sent you a link for Serpent and the Rainbow. All you would need is some light white face makeup and then just like a smeared cross on your forehead, and you're done. And dress like a tourist.
That's easy enough.
Yeah, super easy. Though
Sweet.
face makeup sucks at parties sometimes. So I don't know.
I'll run with that actually. I'm gonna watch that tomorrow. Let me see where I can even see that.
It's a creepy
It's good.
movie.
It's about zombies proper. Like, yeah,
Good zombie movie.
yeah. Like,
Who's
no,
in that? Is it
I
Tim
gave
Robbins?
him brain damage, so now he's a zombie. Tim Robbins?
Tim Robbins, I think.
Sounds right.
It's
I
got
like that. What's the name of that movie? Something about
Bill
the
Pullman.
neighbors?
The Burbs?
No,
No.
Bird's good.
I've
It
never
was a
seen it.
zombie movie, but
Awesome.
not a zombie movie. Like, they explicitly weren't zombies. They were just like everybody in town who got super rabies, which is not like
Crazies?
new, but they. What's that?
The Crazies?
Yes. Where it was very clear, like even 28 days later, where it was like super rabies, they were still clearly zombies. This was much more like they were using tools and opening doors and things. They were just crazy people, which was an interesting take on the zombie movie. Like, you felt a little bad, you could just gun them down. These are people. They're crazy people who want to kill me and everyone else because they're crazy. But they're like using guns and farm equipment and driving cars and shit because they're people.
This is the one where the scene they're all playing baseball and that dude comes in with like a shotgun or something. Like, what the hell?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. It was a great take on the zombie genre, for me at least, because it was... Dude. I mean,
Pretty sure somebody gets tossed into like a combine or something, gets torn up.
yeah.
Very Midwestern.
Well, they didn't make him into furniture or anything. Come on.
Lampshades.
So, Central Midwest, not Upper Midwest.
There you
Yeah.
go. There you go.
A little more Oklahoma. That's okay.
closer to Texas Chainsaw.
Little more BTK, little less John Wayne Gacy.
We are TCM land, not Texas. We loaned that to Texas.
They can keep it, honestly.
Yeah.
That's fine.
A lot of weird places in the middle of Wisconsin that, yeah.
I still need to watch The Purge.
So my first exposure to the existence of that franchise was when there started being a huge ad campaign for like The Purge 3. Like,
That's why I'm interested.
what?
That's why I'm interested in seeing the first one, because similar to like the Rambo movies, like the first one's different than the rest of them.
Sure. I'd be curious to hear your response. I haven't watched any of them.
Yeah, me neither.
Because like I hadn't heard of any of the movies, and then suddenly, like The Purge 3 was treated like a big budget summer blockbuster movie. Like,
And
but
was
the
there
previous
a
two
TV
clearly
show?
were not.
And there was a TV show or something. Like, it was a total like, yeah, this is a phenomenon, and I was sleeping or like
Yeah.
something.
Like I ripped Van Winkle that way for the last decade, I guess, because I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
That is
I've seen the
not
first three,
my
and it
vibe.
fell victim to what similar cinematographies fall victim to, in where that they've created something and now they've got to one-up it. And by the end, the president's in on it or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first one's very simple, very scary, very like thrillery type, whatever.
Yeah.
It's good. I'd watch the first one for sure.
Yeah, the first one seemed like a really, really, really good short story made into a movie, which that's all I need.
The whole thing happens over like 6 hours or 5 hours or something.
Perfect.
Yep.
Nobody learns a lesson. Nobody saves Christmas. It's just a very interesting concept, and we're done.
Short stories make great movies quite often.
Yes.
Good short stories, obviously, can't be crap, but you want to make a good movie, find a good short story. You want to make a good D&D adventure, find an episode of Scooby-Doo.
That's right.
I Legend made 3 movies.
It did? There were more of those?
The Last Man on Earth was Vincent Price.
Oh, okay, yes.
No. What was the Vincent Price one called?
I think
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Last Man on Earth. And then
Yeah.
Omega Man
Big Man
was
Charlton
Charlton
Heston.
Heston. And
I've
then
not seen that.
Will Smith
dude, the
was
Vincent
I Am
Price
Legend.
one is crazy. It's closer to the story, and you get to see how enormous Vincent Price used to be. That guy picks up an unconscious lady and then puts her over his shoulder. And it's just like it's not the scene. It's just like a thing that happens before they do the other thing. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like, for how little
He
a
was an
lady
action
is.
hero.
Yeah, that guy was an action hero. For real. And now I just get really excited when I hear about Vincent Price.
Everyone
Action
loves Vincent
heroes.
Price. We can all agree on that.
You just like, other giant weirdos.
Hey. Hurts.
That wasn't a disagreement. That was just a statement that it hurts. To be clear, let's note what he said there. Not you're wrong.
Documented.
That hurts.
You see me. Thank you. Good.
Yes. Speaking of action heroes who turned into creepy old
You're
horror
on
movie
it.
men, none of your characters are action heroes.
Nope.
No, we're in trouble.
They are, however, in the bowels of a derelict ship that's been adrift at sea for at least a dozen years. In the dark, amidst the rust, 3 people trapped in the armory trying to retrieve a painting, 2 people out in the hallway outside the armory who also need the painting, and who see a pair of glowing orange lights just up the hallway from them, drifting in their direction.
Y'all better run.
Unpause.
I a little window in the door. Is that true? Or is there a little portal window or no?
There is not. Well,
Okay.
sure. No, sure. There can be a little portal window in it. Sure.
I drew it into existence. Yeah. So, all right. So, Lois and Adele. Do we both see the eyes?
You both see them. Yep.
And they're down the hall.
Yep.
About far away.
It's hard to tell because you don't know the size of this thing real well, but they're not right up on you. You'd say probably maybe 30-ish feet.
That's really
Yeah,
close.
further than that. 30-ish feet is only like 10 yards. It's more than that. Like 15, 20 yards. Like you're seeing them, they're a ways down the hallway still.
How did the door close? Do we know?
You don't.
Shut on its own?
Yep. As far as you can tell, it just closed on its own. It started swinging shut and then
It swings shut and it opens into the room?
yes.
Yeah. Okay, so when the door slams shut, Denny will immediately try to open it. Because closed door bad.
Sure. Your first effort to just kind of pull the door open doesn't immediately work. You can't tell what the problem is, but it does not just swing freely open. At just your first quick boom, does this thing open. Yeah, I don't know if you want to try. What else do you want to do? There's no roll involved in that. It's closed right now. Depending what else you want to do, I don't want to say anything to color what you might choose to try and use or whatnot.
I guess the door doesn't open as normal.
Yep.
Denny would spin around to look and see like what he's trapped in here with and what's going on, and maybe there's a tool of some sort that can help get the door open.
Sure. So
theoretically, any locks should be on the inside with me. So
yeah, I mean you can see the dogging mechanism. You've got the wheel in the middle, and you've got the iron straps that go into the brackets on the side. Those haven't extended. It hasn't, like, the wheel hasn't spun and chunked it shut. The door is blocked or sealed or shut or something. It didn't just open for you. But there's no just undogging it. It's not as simple as the wheel spun and shut the door.
right. Okay, so yeah, spinning around, look for danger / tools.
Sure. So you spin around, start playing your flashlight around the room, looking at what you can see. And bearing in mind that each of you is carrying a flashlight, but these are like 1925 flashlights. So it's you're getting small snapshots of the room as you move this light around. You can see racks where there presumably used to be rifles. You can see a couple rifles here and there. Like there are some rifles in the racks on the walls. I'd say there's about a half dozen still in here. Though you can tell even in quick flashes passed by that they're in various states of disrepair. Not obviously so fallen apart that none of them will work. They're not rusted to bits. But you can't be certain that any of them would fire either. Under the racks, you can see ammo case after ammo case, just military olive drab, folded sheet steel ammo cases underneath them. Most of them have been pulled out slightly. They're all a little bit disarrayed. You can see a couple spaces where there was one to have been taken out, but the rest of them appear to just be sitting here. Rust pitted, there are holes in them. They're not in great shape, but they're clearly ammo boxes. On the far end of the room from the door, where Mr. Gilraith went, who's looking for the painting, there is I'm going to say table, but it's more of a desk, more like a counter, because it's got not solid, but a front that goes down to the floor. It's not just four legs and open. It's kind of possibly a workbench or something. It's got some tools on it and like a bullet press and some half-empty containers of, you're not sure what, quite possibly gunpowder, you don't know. But there's some miscellaneous stuff on that table, and that's pretty much it. Looking around, there's like there is everywhere else on here, there's some just random junk on the floor and in the corners, bits of hull that have fallen down, so it's all kind of rubbly and cratered. But that's the like meaningful large stuff that you can see quickly. While Denny is surveying the room, what is the doctor doing in the room?
He is doing something similar, except he's looking for a secondary escape route. If we can't get that door to work, is there some sort of venting system? Is there a rusted hole into a separate room? Is there something that we could perhaps bust through into an adjoining room?
Sure. Give me a spot hidden, but it's going to be a hard because you're in here with just flashlights and time pressure.
That should have been. Oh no!
All right, hold there.
Retro.
This is happening. Let's check out in the hallway. What are the ladies doing as you see the lights and you can see them coming closer and you're hearing boom, 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 but you still can't see what's making that sound. But the lights are clearly getting closer.
Lois is definitely trying to figure out how to open the door, seeing if there's anything wrong on this end of it, and pushing, right? That's a...
Yep.
Let's push
Find it.
together.
But also seeing if there's something that looks broken that maybe I could fix real quick. I generally have some tools with me, so...
So, yeah, we can do one of two things. You can either attempt to just force the door open, which Adele could help you with, and that'll basically just come down to just a strength, like try and power it open. Or you can roll mechanical repair and see if you can find something here to do mechanically to help. Adele will not be able to help with that. That's going to be just you.
I think I'm probably not thinking quite calmly enough to start repairing the door.
I should
I
check
usually
my
am at
bag.
that. So
Sure.
I think the first thing we would try doing is just forcing the door.
All right, so what is your strength? And Adele, what is your strength?
80.
80.
Oh, all right, so it doesn't matter who does which. So either of you can roll.
Wrong.
The other is helping and has reduced the opposing stat by 80 in this case.
You
So-
push, I'll cover you.
What?
You push, I'll cover you.
So I'm just rolling regular.
Yep, just roll strength, regular.
Okay.
Nice.
Ooh, hard, nice.
Nice.
It's a good roll. That unfortunately was also a good roll. So I think it's the... Yeah, so the door does not open, but you can feel a little bit of give. It's not... You're not pushing on a concrete wall here. You feel like some more force, perhaps. You're not certain that another effort from you and Adele would do it. It may be more than the two of you alone can do, but perhaps with some assistance, a third person, that's like the inside pulling, maybe
So
it may be
Denny's
possible to
trying
store.
from
What's
the
that?
inside. Denny's trying from the inside, right?
I tried to open it, but I wasn't like...
Right. He didn't put any muscle in it. He didn't try and haul it. So you two do that. As you're pushing on the door, the thudding sound gets closer, and you are now able to clearly see.
Good.
The thing coming down the hallway at you. It's almost close enough for what looked like the length of its arms at your judgment to reach out and grab you, but it doesn't. It slings an arm out and essentially punches the bulkhead a little short of the doorway from you. Denny, you are surveying the walls of the room, trying to find a spot that is rusted enough to be weak, that maybe you can punch through, or a grate or a vent or any kind of weak point you can possibly get out of the room. And as you're panning past and looking at it, through the wall, you can see the rust, and like T-1000 but in rust style, this hand comes reaching out at you. It is making an attack. I need you to decide if you want to dodge or fight back.
Dodge.
Denny or the doctor?
Sorry, the doctor. Did I say
Oh.
Denny again? God damn it. The doctor. The one who rolled the critical failure.
Denny and the doctor.
Whoever that is.
All right. I'm gonna dodge. No use attacking a hand. So I rolled dodge, correct?
Yep, you roll dodge.
Denny and the doc.
I wonder why I thought things that's unknown difficulty.
That was my
Weird.
fault. I chose difficulty blind instead of public roll.
Oh,
to
got
blind
it.
GM.
We can just assume you make all your rolls in the open because you might want to use luck or push them or something. So you need to be able to see what the result is. If that changes for anything, it'll be a specific thing. I'll let you know. But assume you can roll them in the open. So you attempt to dodge out of the way, but unfortunately you are not quick enough. As you're moving back, the arm just kind of whips a thin tendril of rusty metal out, and it wraps briefly around your wrist. You can feel it tighten down. It doesn't do any damage, but I need you to make a power roll.
Oh, well, Doc is lost. Anyway, carry on without him. Everybody run.
Nice knowing you.
He was the bravest of them.
My worst stat by so much.
nice.
Oh!
We won't forget you. Bye.
Nice!
Oh.
All right. You tug your arm back, and the tendril lets go, and you don't feel any different.
Emotional roller coaster. 5 minutes in.
All right, so that has happened inside. The two of you outside, you just see the creature punch his fist into the wall. You don't know you don't see what's happening on the other side. Doctor, you rock back from the wall, holding on to your wrist, looking at yourself almost in disbelief. Like, we all know the kinds of things you were expecting to see, and you don't see any of them. You just pulled your wrist back and appeared to be fine.
Hey Siri, stop the timer.
Siri, let us out of this room now.
Siri, no response.
As you pull your hand away, you hear crack, crack of two gunshots. As Gilreath has pulled his sidearm and has just fired twice at the thing coming through the wall. One of them goes wide. You can see just spark off the wall, just ting. The other one, you can see it spark, but it sparks off the piece of arm and tendril that's in the room. You can see it knock a chunk of rust out, and the tendril whips around and pulls back into the wall, and you just see the wall, like some dust sheets down the outside like sand down the side of a dune. But the tendril isn't inside the room anymore.
Ooh.
And now we are going to be officially in Dex order on this. So, what is everyone's dexterity?
75 for Lois.
45 for DVD.
65 for Adele.
65 for Denny.
All right. All right, so, Lois, you are up first. You now recognize the thing is close enough that if you stay where you are, the next thing it does, it would be able to grab you from where it is.
Gotta get the guys out. They can't run anymore. Guess I'm gonna yell, "Pull on the door!" through as loud as I can to those guys banging on the window, and I'm gonna give it my best heave-ho.
All right, so we can say you shout that through when you are ready to hit the door as hard as you can when somebody inside looks like they're holding on it as hard as they can.
Yep.
That will bring up Adele or Denny next. You can take your pick.
I'm just gonna help Adele again.
Denny.
Lois again. Yes. So we're gonna help force the door.
All right. That will bring us to Denny.
Denny probably hears something about the word door and starts pulling on the door.
All right. What is your strength?
80.
All the same. All right. So yeah, whoever wants to roll can roll it. The other two are decreasing the opposing power by now 160.
Who took a shot at the rust monster?
Mr. Gilreath.
Mr. Gilreath.
Sorry, it was set to blind down here. So
That's fine. I got it.
okay.
Yeah, on that, the door does begin to creak open. You begin to make it move. It's not quite wide enough for someone to fit through, But at this point, any one of you could just give it one more push, and you'll be able to creak it open. You've broken the initial seal, but the hinges are corroded and sticky, even more so than they were when you got here. They've gotten worse. So it will take one more person, one activity to finish opening the door. But you will be able to now with the next grab. That will then bring us to... I should write this down so I got it. That will bring us to Mr. Gilreath, in fact, who runs up to the door behind you, Denny. But instead of grabbing the door and pulling it open, he's got his gun up and he just slams himself against the bulkhead and tries to look through the gap in the door to see what he can see.
Probably my shoulder.
I should
point that thing.
He sees two beautiful ladies out here, and he's like, "What's up, ladies?"
It's a woman.
Adele. Well, who's got the lowest luck right now?
Me. Probably.
My luck is 88.
56.
Whoa, where did your luck go?
I've been rolling bad every time it's time to like. We need to roll up before we start.
Oh, yes. Sorry,
yeah.
top of session. Yes, good call. Roll to improve your luck. 1d10 on a success, 2d10 on a failure on a luck check.
Oh, yep. So you get 2d10 for a failure.
Yep.
Okay.
We have 2 luck.
That's not nice. What?
So now you're up to 64 luck.
Okay, I'm just saying that's not a good roll.
No. Puts you over 60.
Yes. Still have. I've just been really messing up my luck rolls.
Failing, though, gets you at least 2d10, so that was a good time to fail.
So with your new luck numbers, Lois, give me a luck check. You still get a d10 even for succeeding that hard.
Wait till Rob's done.
Sorry, I have to be up at 6 luck. Go ahead.
I also used some luck for like that one skill to get something we didn't even use. What
You
was
still
that?
have the dynamite.
I do have
Has not
dynamite.
run away.
I have dynamite. All right, here's my luck check.
Dynamite this ship.
Spend some luck.
You cannot spend luck on a luck roll.
This is why that 2d10 was a bad roll because yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, unfortunately, the door opens on the wrong side. He comes out to look through the crack in the door, and all he can see is you because he is facing away from where the thing is. It occurred to me I didn't know which way the door opened, and it suddenly made a difference because he's trying to see it. Cool. So he just comes out and he begins lowering the gun and sees that it's you in time and brings it back up and turns back into the room. And sets his shoulder to the inside edge of the door, but doesn't have enough time to begin swinging the door just yet. That will bring us to the Rust Avatar, who can see Adele, Lois, and a little bit of Mr. Gilreath.
Probably not Gilreath. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, he stuck his shoulder out. He's gonna try and help push the door open.
Yep.
Adele. You need to decide if you want to fight or dodge.
I have a baton. Can I use it to block?
That would be part of dodge. It's basically you can choose to use dodge, so tie goes to you, or you can fight back and potentially do damage. But tie and success will go to the Avatar.
Let's see, my dodge is 42. What do I use to fight?
Brawl.
Ugh, 35.
Brawl.
Dodge then.
All right. Roll your dodge. Nice.
Dang.
Hang on. My tab was public. Absolutely. You successfully dodge.
Woo!
It swings its other fist kind of like down from below its side and up and across. It attempts to swipe across you with a tendril. But
From
you manage to
Chicago, you
attack,
can't get me.
throw yourself against the door, and it just past your face before clanging into the opposite bulkhead. Some more rust filters down from overhead. That will be its turn, and we go to DVD.
All right. I'm gonna, after my recoil, I'm gonna see Denny yank on that door and see him pull it back a bit. And I'm gonna go up right next to Guilfoyle or whatever his name is, and put my hands on the edge of the door that's open and just start yanking back as hard as I can.
All right.
But I am small and my strength is low.
Doesn't matter. You have to spend your turn doing it, but
Yep.
you can just the door open.
Okay, awesome.
And that will bring us back to the top and Lois.
I'm going to yell, "We gotta get out of here. Run." And if the door is open,
Yep.
I'm booking it.
All right, so you take off running. That will bring us to Denny and Adele. You can choose who does what in what order here at the same initiative.
I'm running. So after saying it's right outside the door, run.
So Adele takes off. Denny.
Right, we don't have the painting that we came here for, right?
Sure don't.
Oh, is it in that room?
Sure is.
Did we see it, or we had to
Yes.
look for it?
Yeah, you were watching Gilwraith. He was going just behind that workbench thing. And now that you know where to look with a flashlight, you can see the top of a frame there. And he
Should be
indicated
distracted.
before that was the painting you were looking for. But he
Maybe
didn't,
it'll follow
he
us.
didn't grab it. He took shots at the monster and then went to the door to try and take more shots at the monster and did not think to grab the painting.
How big is the painting? Like, it's not like, okay.
No, it's just a little wall portrait so appropriate for inside a ship. So it's, I don't know, like an 8x10 size maybe.
All right, Denny's gonna go grab the painting, and then also anything that he can. Like, I don't think he has any weapons like handy. He's got a pistol, but he's gonna grab. Trying to visualize the size of the room. He wants to grab something that isn't metal because he doesn't want to touch metal right now. But he wants to have something that he can at least shove in the face of what's probably the monster he saw before, assuming that's what's going on. He wants
Sure.
to grab something that he can at least shove in its face or do something while trying to run past him.
I will note, only because of the way you mentioned it, in D&D terms, pulling out your pistol would be a free action. You would just do that. It's on you close enough to hand that you can pull it out and wield it if you wanted to. In terms of what you can find in the room, it's going to be tough to find things that don't have any metal.
Sure.
Your best bet is going to be the rifles. They're full wood stock. The barrel obviously is steel, trigger guard trigger, but the stock and forestock, all wood.
Yeah.
So if you handle that carefully, you wouldn't have to touch metal to do that. The counter itself isn't made of metal. That seems like wood construction. You might be able to break something off of it, but that obviously isn't particularly speedy. The rest of the room and the deck itself is wood. Doesn't seem like there's anything loose enough there. The shelving and racks are the mounts for the shelving, or for the racks rather, are steel. The rack, like props, there's a word for those things, the brackets, those are wood, but those are also just,
Right.
really small, jammed into the steel and holding up the rifles.
I think what Denny will want to do is grab the painting, and then the rifle is about as big as he's going to be able to reliably use a thing one-handed. So he'll grab the painting, and either on the way to or on the way from, he'll grab one of those rifles kind of by the forestock.
Sure.
And then start making his way to the door. But I think most of that is going to be the turn of getting two things.
Yep.
He'll also yell, "Get out of here!"
All right. Yeah, we'll call that most of the turn. But you'll have a chance still to try and get past this thing. So the time is going to be a little sloppy. This is going to take up the time. We're going to move on to Gilreath, and I may have you go right before the Avatar again, kind of at the same time, and with a chance to move past it. But yeah, Gilreath is going to be the last one who can just freely exit and get out without an immediate attempt to grab.
Right.
So he sees you grab the painting, so he's not concerned about that anymore. He sees the doctor still in the room. Yeah, all right. So he kind of runs out into the hallway through the now open door, but you can see him like take a couple quick steps out, put himself in the hallway, turn to face this thing. You haven't actually seen it here, but you're pretty sure you know what it is. And he begins stumbling backwards, just firing his pistol. You hear 2 more rounds go off. You hear chunk chunk. Not exactly like that, but you hear a sound of it hitting something that isn't just a ping or a tick or a whine. It's hitting something solid. And you hear, immediately after that, kind of a creaking, groaning, howling sound. Sort of a tortured metal kind of sound, but with more meaning behind it. As you see Gilreath continue to stumble backwards down the hallway, off to your right now as he goes down that way. That will bring us to the Avatar and then DVD. Let's have Doctor and Denny. You'll go next. The Avatar will be getting up just to the doorway as you are taking your turns. So it's not yet blocking it, but it is right there. And we're over to the Doctor.
So the Doctor remembers what Denny did for him back when we were here last time, and how it affected him, and such, and is going to plan on being the last one out of this area. So basically, his action is he's going to be yanking the door open. Things happen. People flow out. He sees Denny go back. He's going to swing on that thing with his shotgun hip level and just let off as many rounds as he can, and yell, "Denny, get the hell out of here!"
Blam, blam, blam.
All right. Let me check your...
Not high.
One sec. I gotta unlock... Nope, that doesn't help. There it is.
He's a surgeon.
Yeah, 1. So you can let off 1 round per round. I want to check its fire rate.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, so you can swing out and you can level the shotgun and just pull the trigger, and I'll give you a bonus die on it because you are at
Point.
You're close. Like, you are disturbingly close. I actually also need you to make a sanity check. That's going to be true for Adele and Lois also, as you first saw it come out. I forgot to call for the sanity rolls.
Is there no rule against passing a sanity check against the same monster?
No. You can't
Okay.
lose more than the max total loss. So for this thing, the max total loss is a D6, I'll just let you know that. So you can't ever lose more than 6 total points of sanity to one of these.
Oh.
But until you hit 6 every time you see it.
Dang.
The first time in every, encounter. You're not going to roll it every round. But every new time, it's a roll. Nice. You take it completely in stride. So yeah, you can take a bonus die on your attack roll with the shotgun.
Straight adrenaline. Let's get this son of a bitch. Wow.
Nice. So yeah, you say everyone get out, you swing around the door, level the shotgun, and just pull the trigger, and boom! The shotgun goes off in a brief flash. For just an instant, you can see everything perfectly clearly. The decrepit, decaying hallway. The Rust avatar in front of you, kind of looming. One arm already up, one arm low, ready to go for whatever's coming through the door. You can see its feet, and you hear a thud as one foot comes down. You can see the other one is partially up in the air, and even with the foot up, it's a long, like, twisted cables of leg, all rusty, just cords and cables like that just snake down to a widening round pad of a foot. But beneath that, there's a tendril that looks like it's connected to the floor through the rust itself as it pulls the foot up, and then boom, the foot goes down. In just an instant of the muzzle flash, you see all of this. You also see the shot take it directly in the chest, and you can see a chunk of rust just get blown off it backwards into a cloud of just dusty brown particles behind it. And it actually staggers back a step as you hear that twisted metal sound again. Coming from it, though you don't see a mouth or any other means of making it making noise. But one tentacle wraps around the door frame trying to catch itself. The other braces against the opposite wall and actually staggers back like a half stride as the shotgun takes it.
Nice. And as I see that connect, I'm gonna yell, "Daddy!" And my next action will be to find that son of a bitch. Let's get it moving, boy.
How much can we all hear at this point, though?
It sounds a lot.
Oh my god, that was so loud. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Have you?
I'm going to say that after your first encounter with the shotgun in enclosed spaces, you have, like, battlefield style, gotten a little bit better at dealing. So as long as people are projecting and speaking loudly enough, you'll be able to understand it. You will, if you have like a listen check for the next little bit, you're going to have a problem with that potentially. But for just spoken communication, again, since you all had this problem before, you'll know to speak up loudly enough over it, and you're listening through the ringing in your ears from the report. But that will bring us to lowest at the top. The clearest thing you heard was obviously the shotgun going off. That was quite obvious. But you hear everything else being shouted, and you hear the groaning of whatever it is as it staggers back, and you hear the thump of one of its feet hitting the deck.
Okay, I'm gonna look back, see what I can see. It's inside the room now? It's not out in the hallway?
It's out in the hallway.
Or there.
Arthur kind of came out through the doorway a little bit, sort of put himself out on the door and just leveled the shotgun at the bowl still in the hallway and blasted it. So it is backed away from the door a little bit, but it's still in the hallway, facing directly down the hallway at you and Adele. I will note, I should make clear here, that the direction it came from is the direction you came from initially. You are heading deeper into the ship now.
Ooh.
Oh shit.
Cool.
No, we got the painting out.
Well, I'm not gonna try and squeeze past it.
There's got to be another way out.
There's gotta be another way out.
You have a guy who knows the ship. Gilreath you brought along specifically because he knows the ship. Doesn't help you much this instant, but...
Okay, I'm gonna, I guess, hold ground and wait. I don't want to get too far ahead because I don't know where I'm going. It's dark up here.
Sure.
This might not be the only one.
Is there anything else I can do to help from here other than like, good shot! You're doing great!
You're almost there. You've almost got it. Just keep pushing. I mean...
It's a Pathfinder.
You can tell you're almost there because I didn't have to roll damage dice, which means he ain't taking damage.
Or it's just flat.
Oh, that's a good
One of
point.
the two. You saw it have an effect. You hit him, and chunks came off. This did not do nothing. You don't know exactly what it did do, and you're right. You didn't have to roll damage dice, but this did not hit him and just bounce off. You absolutely had an effect. In retrospect, I should have had you roll the damage dice just so it wouldn't be suspicious, but, well, whatever.
It was supposed to roll a sanity, so I should probably have at least.
Nice.
Nice.
I need a sanity from Dell also.
All right, I got a confirmation text for our dinner tomorrow.
Nice.
All right, yeah, and then I can cover Adele's escape if Adele wants to get behind me. I can.
Dangerous there.
Just made it.
Easy.
All right.
No probs.
So, Lois has dropped back and is looking back up the corridor, ready to lend assistance as it becomes possible, depending what happens next. They give you a chance to roll something to help somebody as they come past or do whatever, because you're trying to render aid.
Yep.
And that'll bring us to Denny or Adele, whoever wants to go next.
Adele was the top tier with Skidat. You want to do that first?
Sure.
Before we start doing tricks back here?
Adele's doing what now?
It's your turn.
Yeah, up to you.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Okay.
Lois has come to a stop and turned around and is facing back the way you came. Like, shouting things about trying to help and clearly trying to be ready to do something, but she's not sure what she can do to be useful. You see Gilreath coming towards you backwards. He's walking backwards and just firing his pistol up the hallway. You saw the muzzle flash and heard the shotgun go off. So you saw that. That was... Everybody saw the whole hallway at that point. The muzzle flare was enough to illuminate the hallway.
I have a metal baton and crystals. Oh, crystals don't rust.
They do not.
Adele gets out the chunkiest crystal she has, prepared to throw it in this thing's face, in its eye, if needed, and is just trying to not separate from her group, but ready to run.
All right. So you're hanging there with Lois, effectively, ready to do something to help if the opportunity presents itself?
Yes, with a large amethyst crystal in hand, like brass knuckles, but for yuppies.
Awesome. Then, Denny, you've got the painting, and you're holding a rifle by the forestock. It's a little bit of an awkward grip, but you've got a good hold of it, and you can do things with it. Though, again, it's not the easiest wielding at this point.
Right, so Denny's intent is to get out of the room and go in the direction that everybody's going. And I think DVD's still there, in the doorway, Terminator 2ing this thing backwards. The plan was for me to try and get out the door while sticking the rifle butt in the direction of whatever was going on back there.
Sure.
So that it at least had something else to think about. I'm not trying to damage it. I mean, I want it to look like it maybe is something it has to worry about being damaged by, but just get something there that it can think about that as I'm going through that deadly funnel.
Sure. So give me a dex or a dodge, your choice.
Where is dodge? All right, I'll do dex.
All right.
Boy.
If you meet it, you beat it.
Yes.
I'll spend 10 luck.
All right.
Nice.
You spend your 10 luck, and you come out rifle butt high, ready to push it back. But as you're trying to slip past the doctor and past the monster you're pretty sure is there and out into the hallway, in the dim lighting, you don't remember the lip of the hatch is there. Your foot catches the lip and you stumble forward, and you can see out of the corner of your eye that it was taking a swipe at you, and your stumble brings you just low enough that the tendril whoosh, over your head and hits the bulkhead behind you. You manage to stagger up to your feet and out into the hallway clear, and you can see the monster right there in front of you. I'm going to need a sanity check from you now that you are seeing it.
Nice. Boy.
Wow. I feel like I ought to give you sanity back, but that's not how it works.
What is that? Is that a sanity clause?
There is no sanity clause. Yeah, so you make it out into the hallway, you're upright, you've got the rifle kind of awkwardly up, sort of butt forward. It's not accomplishing a whole lot, but you didn't get hit, and you have no space. You can begin moving opposite it. So again, you're now moving away from where you came in.
Perfect.
So you go back that way, approaching Mr. Gilreath, who's still walking backwards, leveling his pistol. He's now leaning to one side, trying to get around you for when he's going to loose his next fusillade, which in fact will be right now. Not as good. You hear the crack of 2 rounds from the pistol, but you can see them. You can see where they strike just a bulkhead. You can see rust go off the wall as one bullet hits off to the left, quickly followed by another one off to the same side. He's clearly trying very, very hard to not shoot Denny in the face, but it is costing the ability to hit the Avatar square. That will bring us to the Avatar's turn. It takes a lumbering step forward, and Doctor, you can see its lumpen rust head turn to face you, and its 2 glowing orange eyes just burn into your face. You need to decide, fight back or dodge again.
I mean, I guess at this point I've got a shotgun reared with the second slug in the chamber. I might as well fight back.
All right. And that will tell you what you need to get.
How does that work? Now he just does shotgun and tries to beat whatever he rolls?
Yep. I mean, same thing. It's just the effect will be the shotgun blast rather than a melee whatever. You need to roll a 1, basically.
Oh, sweet Jebediah.
To be fair, even had you rolled a dodge, you'd need extreme success to tie. So,
yeah.
Honestly, it's not that much better. Though if you roll like a 4...
Luck. We got luck.
You do.
All right. Right. That ain't gonna cut it.
Nope.
I'll take it like a man.
All right. So this tendril whips out and wraps around the arm, holding the pump action on the shotgun, and just into your forearm. I need you to make a power check again.
Wait. Ow.
The power.
Reiki.
This time, you can feel it press through the fabric of your clothing, and something touches your skin. You feel a searing pain on your skin. Right. And as you watch, you can see the tips of your fingers on your left hand start rusting.
Oh! You'll never do surgery again?
Point of note, does anybody have any slashing weapon?
Lois has a knife.
A knife through my shoulder blade is not going to help.
Actually, as I look back at how I set this up, roll, well, you can, in Foundry, you can just roll a d5. 1 thumb, 5 pinky. Your left index finger is starting to rust from the tip down. So I said fingers because it sounded dramatic, but at this stage of corrosion, you would be losing a finger. But that's the finger you'll be losing.
Damn it, that's my
But you chose to go that route. That may or may not be the only thing to do to save yourself from rusting away. Who can tell, really? But yeah, it doesn't do any damage. You just can feel your finger starting to rust from the tip down.
Lovely.
As the tendril lets go, and in fact, more than let go, the tendril that's wrapped around your arm kind of just dissolves into rust that falls to the floor. But that will make it your turn.
Well, the only thing really stopping him from touching and or trying to bum rush this thing was the fact that if he got touched, he's kind of screwed, and he's been touched. So, again, not a big guy, but realizing that is what's blocking us from the quickest of escapes. Denny's right behind him. Lois and Adele are further back, and our buddy's right in the middle, correct?
Yep.
They're like, what, 10 foot back, like 30 foot back?
They spent a whole round moving, so we'll say they're like, 20, 30 feet back after their first round just fleeing. They're close enough they can get to you in a turn, basically. This is all... Distance is fairly abstract in this system. They are not more than... What's that?
Which finger did it rust off?
Left index.
All right,
It's
so...
just rusting from the tip.
Because he's right-handed and it got the front, the pump.
Yep. He was holding... I'm assuming you're right-handed.
Yeah.
Okay. Just say if not, it's your right index fingers. Whatever was holding the pump action on the left limb.
Start a collection of fingers and jars.
One of those jars of rust on your mantle. Well, Sonny.
That used to be all 5 of these bad boys.
Right.
So, holding pump action, left arm gets grabbed, finger starts to rust. He's going to immediately swap it around and try to jam this thing up against the side of the wall and yell, "Get the hell out!" and hoping people will run by him to try and leave. Again,
right.
not a big guy, so I'm probably doing it at his waist.
What's your build?
That'll be 0, Sonny.
Yeah, so I will just tell you this would be a maneuver.
Dave's little doctor.
Its build being made entirely of rust, you're not going to be able to move it. It's too many build sizes higher than you for you. There's literally 0% chance of you successfully moving it to the side.
His build is less bodybuilder and more build-a-bear.
You know, one thing you could do is put your finger in the barrel of the shotgun and then shoot it again.
I mean, you're not wrong, maybe. That's not going to help us right now.
I'm just saying.
Well, if you were aiming it at the avatar, it might. I don't know. So before we'll let you retcon that out as they tell you, you cannot successfully maneuver against this thing. It weighs too much.
And we've got a guide. We've got a guide behind us, so
I think if anybody has build 3, they'd have a chance. It would be mathematically possible.
Not me. Not an enticing option. Mathematically possible.
Yeah,
all right.
It's tall and made entirely of iron. It's big. It weighs a lot.
There was a tentacle in there. I thought maybe there was a little meat in there. All right. So, retconned. I will still be holding my shotgun, but be strafing backwards as I take a second shot. And start to, take the shot and turn tail and try to get away with the rest of the group.
Then just roll your attack.
Ooh!
Nice. So you take the shot, and it blasts into this thing's right leg where its thigh would be if it were, made of things like thighs. And a huge chunk of just rust goes poof back out into the corridor, and the whole thing lists to one side and starts collapsing to the floor as the severed leg just dissolves into rust on the floor. It's holding itself up with one tendril on the wall to its right, braced with, it's an arm, not just a tendril. It's got its actual arm up against the wall on its right. It's bracing itself with the wall on its left, but it is now missing its right leg. It's just on one leg, and it's moving. It's like it's trying to move forward, but it can't walk anymore. It's like brace and hop and brace and hop. You're clearly damaging it.
Okay. Nice.
You're clearly doing things to it. Like I said, I should have had you roll damage so that you would be thinking in terms of hit points, but whatever.
It's not like taking a chunk out and then rust closes the gap.
No,
okay.
It absolutely is not. At least not at this point. You don't know what else might happen, but right now you're hitting it and it's going. And you recall reading in the ship's log, they talked about that brawl in the kitchen where the lieutenant remembered to bring his sidearm and gun down the thing the guy was fighting with. And you recall at the end, the lieutenant was talking about how they'd fought off a couple of them while they were doing other stuff. So they're clearly, you can fight them with some effect. Although, as your hand is beginning to demonstrate, it is not without its risks.
Has my finger changed in any dramatic fashion? Okay, so it's not so quick.
Nope.
All right. So I'll take the shot again. Corridor flashes up, blow its hip off and start turning and go, 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 and just tear off as far as I can.
All right. In fact, tell you what, give me a medicine roll at a hard difficulty.
Now we're talking. Oh, now we're talking.
Nice. Yeah, so in fact, you'll get the whole enchilada. I will tell you just mechanically how this works. You are at stage 1 of corrosion. Every hour, you're going to make a check to see if you advance to the next stage. I won't specify what the individual stages do, but as the corrosion progresses, it starts having mechanical effects on how you operate, and ultimately will end with you dead in a pile of rust. But it'll be a Constitution check every hour for as long as you have the affliction, or until you have died of it.
Nice. Con is my second best stat. Okay, cool. Yeah,
So,
and I'll just
yeah.
tear down the hall.
So you don't have to feel like, with that medicine check, you don't have to feel like an emergency field surgery conducted by shotgun is required for your survival. Though it would have been awesome.
Oh, a little bit of rust. Boom.
Yep.
Fair enough. Okay, cool. That's me.
So that brings us back to the top, and Lois. You have Adele next to you. You see Denny is now basically right in front of you. You're just about to get. Oh, sorry, I skipped Gilreath there. No, he took his 2 shots to continue backing up. So at this point, Adele, Lois, Gilreath, and Denny are all within like 10, 15 feet of each other at the end of the hallway. DVD's a little bit further up, like another 15 feet, but closing, and he's got decent separation between himself and the Avatar. It looks like for the Avatar to reach it with anything you've seen so far, it would have to move forward, and you can all see that it's having a hard time moving forward right now. So you've got a little bit of margin between your group and it.
I'm gonna ask Gilreath, is there another way out of here that we don't have to go past that thing? And then I'm also going to be running forward to grab the doctor and start hauling him backward, because it looks like he really wants to fight the thing. And
I don't know what will give you that idea. I'm just never tried to do that once in this game.
All right, so
Try and haul him
you ask
backward.
Gilreath as you kind of shoulder past him. You can get past him. It's not, the hallway isn't blocked, but it's also narrow, so there's a lot of jostling kind of trying to move past. It's designed for maybe 2 people passing quickly with discipline in a naval sort of way at best. It's a little chaotic in here right now. But you get past Gilreath and Denny and move up to the doctor, and you ask Gilreath to pass it, find us another way out of here. He nods at you. Nice. All right then. He nods at you, says, "Absolutely. Follow me. We can get out the other side. It's basically symmetrical." As he begins moving back towards Dell, as you're heading back to grab the doctor, you make it to the doctor, just kind of grab his arm, begin heading back. That movement will happen on the doctor's turn. That bringing us to Denny and Adele. Adele, you've just seen Lois go to grab the doctor. You heard Gilreath say, "Follow me," but he hasn't gone past you yet. You've got Gilreath in front of you, then Denny, then Lois and the doctor.
Okay, and the doc still has his finger on, or he was able to take it off?
Finger is on. And you haven't seen the rust on his finger. That's only he could really see that. You saw him get attacked.
Okay.
But nobody else would have been able to see the state of his finger in the dark from your distance.
So I'm in the middle of this pack of people.
You're at the back at this point. You were originally at the back with Lois, but she's left to go back up the hallway towards the doctor to pull him back. So you are now the furthest away from the Avatar. It's you, then Gilreath, then Denny, then Lois and the doctor, then the Avatar.
All right. I'm going to grab Gilreath by the shoulder and shake him and say, "You're the only one that knows the way out of here. Now get us out of here." And we're prepared to run.
All right. So you'll be ready to run as soon as he leads the way.
Yes.
Check. Denny.
I'm contributing by not being a problem.
So there's a lot to be said for, and I'm totally down with, again, this is a much more loosey-goosey system than Pathfinder or D&D. With you saying, I'm just going to sort of hold my turn until this happens, then I'm going to use my movement and follow Gilreath. That works fine. So, Denny, you've heard Lois ask Gilreath. You've heard Gilreath say he knows the way out. Adele said, you've got to get us out of here. You see Gilreath and Adele ahead of you. Lois has moved past you back towards the doctor, and further back behind you, is the Avatar.
Right. So Denny will start moving in the direction of Gilreath to keep up with the group, but try not to get too much distance between him and Lois and the doctor, just so that we can all start migrating at the same time and get out of here.
All right. That will bring us to Gilreath, who moves past Adele and begins leading the way further down the corridor. It takes a hard right down as he gets to the next hallway. Adele, your movement goes off, and you follow him. Denny, you're trying to maintain sort of a middle distance, but you're doing much the same thing, kind of heading in that direction. That'll bring us to the doctor. Lois has come back, grabbed your arm, and is urging you to go.
We skipped the Avatar.
Oh, I did. Thank you. Yes.
Thank
The
you.
Avatar, you can look over your shoulder and see it. You can see it hauling itself forward. Like, its fists are melding with the wall and pulling, and you see its body being hauled forward as it a leg. And you can hear a grinding sound as everything moves forward, and boom, as the foot hits the deck again. But it is moving quite slowly. It's not going to catch up to you if you move at anything like, with anything like haste.
Nice, okay. Yeah, I feel like that was a teacher. We had homework moment. Yeah, so this is full sprint with Adele basically holding me up as I'm like tripping and stumbling and trying to hold my shotgun and all of the above. Looking at my finger sometimes here and there on the sprint. Like,
Okay, so Lois has your arm. You decide to go. We'll roll your two movements together. The whole group is moving away. We'll just exit initiative here. The Avatar is still back there. You can hear it, but you can make it up and around the corner. I need Lois and the doctor to give me spot hidden checks.
oh my god.
Oh! Wow.
You found the thing to completely end this whole thing. Nice job.
Right, you just completed the ritual. You found the artifact. I don't know what to say.
It was right here the whole time.
It was friendship.
I may
The best ship.
bank that to give you benefit later, because I can't do it for you right now since this is a relatively simple thing. But I'll hold on to the fact that you got that and see if I can get you something cool later, because I feel like a 1 deserves some recognition for getting a 1. In this case, though, all I got for you is you and Denny both happen to look back and see as the Avatar realizes it's not going to be able to catch you. It just dissolves to rust to the floor, but you can see the cloud of rust that comes up into the bulkheads. It doesn't settle or hang in the air. It gets sucked or pushed or pulled into the bulkheads.
Don't touch any railings or walls or anything.
Part of the crew, part of the ship.
We're gonna probably touch a ladder to get out of here, but
So it vaporized itself?
It collapsed into rust dust,
Okay.
which then attached itself or adhered or was absorbed into or something into the bulkheads. It didn't just fall to the floor. It back into the walls of the ship.
We should all have gloves on still, minus the
You do.
doctor's left hand now. Or whatever.
Yeah, you still have a glove on. We'll say you were able to, you can feel your finger or you took it off long enough to look at your finger so you know. The glove did not make any difference when it actually wrapped a tendril around you
Right.
and attacked.
Right. But for climbing up ladders, you shouldn't need to worry too much about touching metal. Hopefully.
Perhaps. Yeah, I'll certainly tell you, you'd be able to pick up that the grasp of this thing was qualitatively different than anything you've touched, even before you knew to watch out for rust. there was an energy there that nothing you've touched has given off. It was a different experience, even if the result seems pretty similar.
Gotcha.
So Gilreath leads the way. Assuming you're all just following, he will take that right, head down a corridor, take another right, and you find yourself in a hallway that looks very much like the one you just left, just on the opposite side of the ship, the other side of the center line. Begins leading you up that hallway to the ladder. In fact, here's where nobody has to roll. Lois will just see this. As you're moving up the corridor, you can see at the far end, in front of the ladder, rust sifting off the walls and forming piles in the corridor in front of you that are building up in 2 columns.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Okay.
Normally, I will note, this would normally have been a hard spot hidden to see this far back, but that one, you absolutely see this. And it's important you see it early, because at this point, you're seeing it while there is still an intersecting corridor between you and the ladder. There's a place to turn off this hallway if you want to.
All right. I mean, yeah.
But you're the only person who has seen it.
Okay. See, I'm probably not leading the way, right?
You're kind of at the back. Gilreath is in front, though he's also back far enough. The whole group is back. You're seeing this well ahead of you right now.
All right. I'm gonna yell, Gilreath, that ladder's a no-go. Which way do we go? Can we turn here?
Turn here.
It's right.
Ladder's a no-go, and you see him look back, and as your flashlight crosses his face for a second, you can see a look of confusion on his face. But yeah, we can turn here, and he makes the turn to the next corridor. Presumably, you all follow him. I'm assuming. Okay. Lois and the Doctor, as you make that curve, you can now both clearly see at the ladder a basically fully formed avatar. And just as you get disappear into the hallway, you can see the eyes light up.
Blech.
Orange glue at the end of the hallway, and you hear that first boom of a foot hitting the floor. But you've turned. Gilreath leads you across down this hallway, all the way back to the original hallway you came down. Takes a left, begins heading towards the ladder at the end of this hallway. The coast appears to be clear.
Oh.
Go, 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 go.
Get to the chopper!
You continue moving. Make it through this hallway. Take that left turn. Head up towards the ladder. You are unopposed before you get to the ladder. Begin climbing it. Lois and Denny, again, still kind of at the back. You can look back, and as you're about to get up onto deck level, you can see it turn the corner and begin lumbering up the hallway towards the ladder. Those eyes just almost looking like they're floating up the hallway in your direction. But you are all up on the deck now.
Get to the bridge.
Go, go. Scale eggs. Keep going.
So where are you headed?
Onto the other ship.
Off the ship.
Yes.
Okay.
We gotta dynamite this one.
It doesn't matter. It's on our ship too. We need to do the ritual.
Yeah.
We need to use some magic because nothing we got's gonna do a whole lot.
You haven't tried to throw a dynamite stick at it yet, just to be fair.
You haven't. I mean, like I said, the shotgun was affecting it. It wasn't just shaking that off.
But I get the impression that this is just a manifestation of some bigger thing that does need
Absolutely.
to be
Yes.
dynamite.
That fits with your research. That this is the avatar of whatever the actual being is, the being of entropy that is orchestrating all this, that has the conscious will to do things. This is just it's physical, it's manifestation, as you said. It's just an avatar that it can potentially create more of, though you don't know what the limits to that might be. Maybe it can only have one avatar going at a time. Maybe it can have dozens. Maybe there's no limit. Maybe it's limited by available rust, or its total pool of magic, or whether it's a full moon or not. You have no idea. But yeah, you correctly gather this thing is not itself the problem. This is just an aspect of the underlying thing going on here. So you make it to the gangplank and begin making your way across. And as you do, Lois, one more time, we'll carry that one forward. You can see the avatar start to come up the ladder towards the deck. And as it gets to the top, and it's about halfway up, and you can see its waist. You will now have a perspective on it that was hard to get below because of the tight spaces. Everything was kind of bigger in that constrained space, but here you can see it really is pretty big. There's a good probably 4 feet of it above the level of the hatch, and that's just at its waist. It's a big thing, and it kind of looms out, and its arms reach forward like it's going to try and grab at you. It sees you get on the gangplank to the other ship, and you see it sort of stop, bring its arms back, and it backs down the ladder. You can see it just vanish down into the hatch again.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna drop that rifle I picked up in the ocean.
Sounds good.
I'm not sure if it's gonna make more than just a splash.
You drop it in the ocean, and it just makes a...
There aren't 1,000 piranhas that eat it or anything weird.
No.
Tentacles.
Right, okay. That's good.
Nope, just hits the water, a little splash, sinks beneath the waves.
Yep.
And you are back on the St. Celestine.
All right, so I think we've got... So that's our king.
You need flesh? Or bone,
Hey.
maybe?
We've got a finger that can be sacrificed.
I mean, maybe this is gonna fix the finger.
That's my hope.
Yeah.
Don't be such a baby and let us have your rust finger.
If it's not the fix, then that means it's also not going to get the rust off of our ship, which means we ain't going nowhere.
Right.
And that's
Yeah,
science.
the other thing we were going to get over there was maybe some old dead flesh from one of the bodies in the engine room, but we didn't do that.
We all brought flesh. That's fine.
I'm going to reread what we got here.
You could sacrifice one of your fingers to save his finger.
Yep.
He uses his more.
You want a toe? I can get you a toe.
Fair trade.
If we've got all our components, we need to start this ritual now. But we need to... What's happening on St. Celestine? Everyone was supposedly sleeping on deck and keeping an eye out.
Yep, well, one thing you know with great specificity is the ritual has to be begun at sunset. So you've got most of a day before you can actually start casting.
Oh god, so we have to like
Uh-oh.
turn this thing off.
It's like 11 in the morning.
Oh no.
It's bright out, though it's foggy, so you can't see a whole lot.
That's a lot
The
of time.
doctor finger gotta come off then, because it's every hour.
Yeah, we've got like 8 hours, 9 hours.
Yeah, no, so we can't do the ritual now. You're not gonna wait.
It's February, probably more like 7. Sunset relatively early. North Atlantic, February.
Okay, so 8 hours. So the notes we've got here say 3 sacred stones, 3 mortal essences, 2 prophets, and knowledge of 1 circle. We've got the circle, and we're working on 3 objects, correct? One was the picture of something kingly or priestly. One was flesh or bone. I can't remember.
It was a priest, a king, and
Right. The 2 people things were...
Oh, we've already... Did we get the lodestone? Yeah, we did out of the
we did.
Lord, priest, king.
Yeah, that was the 2 problems, right?
Yep.
Flesh, blood.
3 more essence, 3 seconds.
It was bone, flesh, and blood.
Yeah, the stones were quartz,
Mhm.
glowstone, and good bronze.
So
Got that.
this was the last thing we needed, correct? Other than like a finger, which has blood, flesh, and bone.
I think so.
Mhm. Yep, I think we got most everything.
We've got a bronze helmet. That's right.
Yep, from the museum collection.
Yep.
Nice.
And yeah, okay, we got rusty bone.
So do you think this is something we should drop like in the middle of everybody or like in secret under the deck somewhere?
Do the instructions say anything about having to be under the moonlight or in the light of the setting sun?
Yeah, you sort of gotten that. It does not. It specified the timing, not the environment.
So who was the priest? Okay, so Adele has the quartz. Who was the priest?
Hopefully the ship captain.
Okay,
No.
that's the captain.
Yeah.
Oh no?
Well, was it the captain or the chaplain?
No, we found the Babylonian statuettes of high priests.
Oh, I thought the statuette was the king.
No, the
No,
statuette
we
was
just got the king.
Babylonian high priests.
The painting's the king.
And the painting of King George, the whatever.
Oh, okay. This is the Babylonian king. The king is like King George, which is what we have right now.
Yep.
Oh.
I thought it was a different painting. Okay. The bronze is the helmet. Adele has quartz. The lodestone was from a magnet.
Yeah, from the compass.
Thinking in the moment as the character, these items are wildly a chance. Like so wild.
We put everything in the big helmet.
Yes. Sad. Flesh and blood. Okay.
And did Adele have to study the word, or who got the words? Because I knew Adele couldn't research for 8 hours or something.
Yeah, enough time has passed somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you will all have been able to look at it and
Noise.
see what needs to be done. Who you have do it, totally up to you.
I mean, I feel like Adele's gotta lead this ceremony.
I concur.
Adele would love to do something with magic. She is happy to.
I'll note that the doctor's still not completely, he doesn't think that this is magic. He thinks that this is some weird, like, scientific phenomena with rust coming alive and stuff and such.
So do we need to like cut your finger off or what?
We'll see. Check back in an hour. We'll see.
You haven't told us anything's wrong,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, and I won't until something is wrong.
Good to always hide the bite.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, I'm that guy.
You don't want to worry
No-
people.
Nothing's wrong over here.
okay. I mean,
Scratch, 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 scratch.
all right. What would I roll to see if I'm like paying attention to? Hey, a bunch of people got attacked by a rust monster, and we know that rust monsters rust people. Like just an intelligence check, maybe, or
I mean, you don't have to roll anything to derive that presumably the rust monster can cause the rusting of people you have seen. I don't know that there is anything you can roll to derive that the doctor has the problem. You can suspect anything you want.
I was going to ask everyone, like, hey, all right, everyone, tick check, but
also are aware that he blasted that thing twice to the point where it couldn't follow us. So he would have seemed to have been totally in control of that situation.
Okay, I know, but we were worried about inhaling a little bit of dust, and we were being very careful not to touch anything. Now that rust was all around us and touching everybody.
Yep.
Like,
And I'll note for the party that the doctor's an asshole, yes, but he's not so far immoral that he can lie by omission. But if you say, "Is everybody good?" he's not gonna be like, "Yeah, just don't look at this finger right here."
So I feel like Lois would do a safety check. Like,
Sure.
all right, we were back on the ship. We're looking, taking stock. You see any rust monsters? Okay, we're safe now. And we're doing inventory that we have all of these components. Also, is everyone okay? Like, we just were in a battle. I got out, but I know that...
Right, it was right up on all of us. So yeah, Adele will check herself, like...
The guys were in close quarters with that. So...
I'm clean.
You're ringing.
I'm good.
How could
Everyone
I
else?
convey that I know how this works to an extent? Because we've all read the same notes. Oh, there goes Matt.
Oh, we've lost. Hey, everybody! Now we get to do whatever we want. It
Teacher's
turns out
gone!
the rust monster was actually just here for a birthday party. Surprise! It brought cake. We're all fine.
My finger's turning into cake.
Why can't
Sorry, I
it-
tried to move my Discord window, and
No, it's okay. We all rolled while you were gone. We all got ones. It turns out that we're all safe and sound, and the rust monster is dead, and we
oh,
win.
good.
We win at life.
Well done, everyone. That sounds like it was quite the encounter. I'm sorry I missed it.
Amazing. We're so cool.
Yeah, so you were asking essentially how you'd be able to explain the mechanics of it.
Yeah, because the roll got me knowledge, but we've all read the same text. Like if I come clean and say, "Yeah, I've got some shit on my finger," how can I convey to the group that, like, "Whoa, give me an hour, we'll see how it works," you know?
You can just say you want to convey that to the group.
Okay.
How you translate the mechanics into like in-world language, I don't know. It'll be up to the group to decide, because you can say it like, you can sound very convincingly medicine-y. This is based on your understanding of medicine and what you saw with the captain and other remains you found, things you've derived, and how your finger feels, and all number of things. But it is your honest and informed medical opinion that this isn't that fast, that there's time. It's not necessarily a rapidly progressing thing. And different people, the corrosion progresses at different rates in different people, and you don't know which end of that spectrum you're on at present.
Cut the captain's finger off, though, when we found out that he was rusting? Wasn't it on your suggestion, Doctor? I could swear it was literally doctor's orders.
You're not remembering. You must have got what Denny got. You're not remembering this correctly.
Physician, amputate thine self.
Prostrate thyself. So that being said, I don't know what stage 2 looks like. It could be just a knuckle up. It could be all the way up my arm by stage 2.
That's right. You have no idea what the progression is. You just have derived that it moves at different rates in different people.
Yeah.
And it's not a prompt. You're not like going to drop into rust in 5 minutes here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be like, I mean, once my arm, if it goes up to my arm at stage 2, I'm just going to be in it until I die or we fix it, which I don't really want to be in that situation.
No.
So as we're checking ourselves, the doctor pulls off his latex glove and slams his hand down on the table, flicks out a knife, or whoever has a knife, I don't know, and holds his pointer finger down and just get the son of a bitch off, and looks away.
Lois will help.
Denny will help.
How far? Hold on.
Wait.
How far up on my finger? Is it a digit, or is it like all the way to the knuckle?
In your medical opinion, it would need to be the digit if you want to solve it with amputation. You don't know how far up internally it may have gotten. You're confident it hasn't progressed past the finger, but you're not confident past that. That just cutting off like to the first knuckle may not be enough, and you wouldn't have any way of knowing if it was enough until you did or didn't hit stage 2.
Think
You're
of the
confident the finger would do it.
finger prosthesis you can have, though. Like a metal finger. Dope.
All right. So he'll put his finger on the table so that it's like that with the knuckle, not happy about it, but not really happy with the alternatives. Plus, he doesn't really have extreme confidence in the magic that we're about to do. So,
Right.
so this is really all he's got, and he'll hold his finger out to the knuckle, damn it, and hold it out and look away.
All right. So, ooh, guys.
That's not good.
Let's say the doctor might be better off trying to do this himself, even understanding the penalty involved in doing this yourself, because the relevant skill for anybody else is 1. This is straight up medicine.
They're just helping. They're just giving him support.
Chop a finger is medicine?
To do it
I guess
in
it's
a way,
surgery.
yes. I mean, the finger will come off. Anybody can chop off a finger. That's not the question. The question is, can they do this so that it doesn't do additional damage to you and it cuts cleanly and there's no risk of infection and all that other stuff. Failures on the medicine check will result in other consequences. The medicine check is to see how well you can remove the finger at the right spot with 1 cut, not do extra points of damage, not cause bleeding, risk infection, make sure you get the whole finger, like all the stuff that could potentially go wrong with surgery done by a dude with a knife on a table. Like, I don't know, man.
Or
Better than taking off an arm.
Yeah.
those dudes are both like, we got knives.
But you can certainly. So, what we
What
can
do you
do is, you can ask for their assistance to like hold, and you're
Yeah.
gonna have to actually do it. But they can assist, hold you, help prevent your reflexes from doing anything. It's gonna have to be a hard success on medicine, but it'll give you a bonus die on it.
Okay. Yeah, so he'll say, yeah, that son of a bitch got me. And then put his finger on the table, grab a knife out, line it up with where he knows the knuckle separates from the finger and into the hand. And with his medical knowledge, is this just like a swift, or is this like I've got a scalpel around?
No, we'll say you're good. You're good enough at this. In your experience, you can find the knuckle, and with a successful check, you can real quick like guillotine down right through the knuckle and separate the knuckle pretty cleanly.
Denny,
All right.
Denny, with his hardened pulp talent, will have no ill effects of being involved in this. So would I be able to help?
Yes, that's why he's getting a bonus die.
Okay.
You are assisting.
But yeah, what talents do we have?
So the plan here is, because the doctor is coming from medicine, he knows that when someone tries to maim themselves, there's a reflex involved where sometimes it's not so successful. So what he's going to do is line it up with his knuckle and direct whoever wants to do it, Lois, Denny, Adele, to basically use their force to cut it down. Someone hold his shoulders, he's going to line it up, and then someone else can clamp it down so he doesn't jostle it up with reflex or anything.
All right. Yeah, I'll give that to you.
Medicine.
Adele has a medicine of 11, so it's not.
Not 1. Nice. So what we'll do is whoever's assisting, just make a dex check to see if you can follow the instructions and apply the force in exactly the right, like straight down, not moving side to side. If you succeed, it won't even be a hard medicine check. It'll just be a straight medicine check for the doctor.
Go.
All right.
I have a dex of 65. I don't know who's.
So do I.
Go for
But
it, Denny.
With
Got
the
field medicine.
weird, whatever that trait is, I figured it would be good to do that. Oh my god.
Is this a pushable roll?
Sure.
Oh no.
Is this something you want pushed? I mean,
I don't know. For a hard, I need to roll a 45. But I've got a
48.
bonus die. 48. But I've got a bonus die.
a push
Live
can
you.
make it way worse, can
A
it?
push,
Yeah.
a failed push must have consequences.
Yeah.
And I gotta
so,
say, the consequences here are pretty obvious.
yeah. So
Like,
The consequences
I think-
here are for someone else.
yeah.
Or are they really consequences?
Seems
So
fine to me.
he's trying to help, but it's going to be up to you mostly.
I'm gonna let you decide whether you want to push that or not. I don't.
I'm not going to push it.
Can Lois help
Okay.
too? Anyone else help too or not?
Now it's one person trying to help.
Okay. All right, we'll do it as is. He'll direct and lay the knife there and make his roll.
Ooh.
Damn it.
Pushable.
But I can
luckable.
push.
You can push, but I will not tell you up front what kind of consequences we're looking at with just this failure or with a push. This you have to just decide in the moment. You'll still have a bonus die if you push it. Same roll.
Odds are not in my favor if I push. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm too scared to see what a push does.
All right. So, you lay the finger out, you lay the knife, you ask for the assistance. Denny is ready and willing and doing his best, but he's not quite steady enough while trying to hold your arm, even with Lois's help, trying to hold your arm and get the force exactly right. Because it's not even that you want it directly perpendicular to the table. You want it at just the right angle to slide between the knuckle bones and kind of pop it off more than anything else. And he's just off a little bit. The knife cuts through, but you can feel it splinter bone as it goes through. The finger comes off, you begin bleeding out onto the table. And you can see pointy shards of bone sticking out from your carpals, right? I think. Where the carpals are not...
Yeah, those are your phalanges, so your actual fingers.
Right. So from the carpal, it's a little bit too far up. So it cut into the hand too far back. So a little bit behind that knuckle. You are in a lot of pain, obviously. But mechanically,
Also in a lot of pain.
Yeah. Not bad. It could have been a lot worse. You take 3 points of damage from the somewhat botched surgery. I'll tell you, a failed pushed roll would have lost you the next finger over. You'd be down 2 fingers on that hand.
Oh, man.
As it stands, you've taken 3 points of damage, but you are able to bandage the hand up, so you aren't at risk of significant blood loss. You're not too concerned about infection. You were as clean as you could be. There's always a risk, but you don't feel like it's particularly bad in this case. And you had your finger sitting there on the table.
And now we have flesh and bone. Great. Ready for the ritual.
And so you do.
Yeah.
Adele grabs it and brings it over to the rest of the stuff.
I thought you were supposed to be a damn feeler, Adele. What the hell's this?
I will tell you, the loss of the finger will not have any routine mechanical consequences. There may be situations that come up where it makes a lot of sense for there to be some penalty for it, but we will assume that you can function essentially normally, missing that finger aside from whatever roleplay opportunities you have that finger is missing.
Unless I'm trying to dual wield pistols and I can't. I just can't fire.
It
You
may
can
have
hide a
an effect on your
lockpick in
appearance
there.
score. As I think about it, that hadn't occurred to me. I'll think through whether it should affect your appearance at all. But aside from possibly a minor hit there, to you're looking like you're not missing a finger, so you're a little more off-putting. Nothing else will be affected except potentially specific situations where it seems like, the trick to solving this puzzle is being an expert typist. Well, that's a real problem for you right now. So you're going to be typing in a penalty.
Yeah, fair enough.
The older days where dude missing a finger is literally not like a guy missing a tooth. Like, no,
Yeah.
It's fine. That's everybody.
So you can get yourself a cool prosthetic finger and hide things in there, like lockpicks or tiny daggers or something, like a little stiletto. That would be cool.
On that hand.
I mean, back then their prosthetics were probably just wood.
Oh, it can be metal.
Well,
They're metal.
we have introduced enough pulp into this game. It's not necessarily impossible to find some kind of weird alchemical, steampunky, alternative science thing that maybe could do something.
If you weren't such a curmudgeon about magic, you could have one made out of an amulet, and it could have a protective quality. But instead, you're boring.
Crystal finger. The man with the crystal finger.
Definitely a Bond film.
And his girlfriend, name I can't even say right now. Never mind.
So
It's
as
not
that
very
as
good
that
dialogue.
as that crunches and the doctor lets out a slightly girlish yell, because he's chopped off plenty of limbs, but not on himself, obviously. Lets out a girlish yelp and then sees the fractured bone and then immediately passes out. Hopefully somebody's got his back because a man's down.
Oh yeah, actually, you will also need to make a sanity check for cutting off your own finger, because I don't think you have Denny's like hardened warrior bit. Ooh.
All the right ways for me right now. I'm enjoying
Yep,
this.
absolutely. That means you're going to. Where's my little table of examples? Roll a d3.
That's good, right?
Yep. You take 3 points of sanity loss.
Oh god.
Your rolls really are letting you down right now.
You can't win them all. And remind me, is it 5% or 10% of your total that drives you insane?
It should be on your sheet, so it's going to be.
Oh, I see.
Matt, is that your version of read the syllabus? It's on your
No,
sheet.
that's my version of I'm going to look at your sheet here, but I have to stall for a bit to vamp for a second because your sheet isn't on top. Yeah, it looks like you can take 16, which is fifth. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So you're still fine on the day.
Sweet.
But it's also 5 points in one shot also has an effect.
That's what I was thinking. Okay.
So if you take if you take 5 points in any one event, on any one roll, basically, you have a bout of madness. If you take a fifth, you have temporary insanity.
And you get a cool superpower.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah,
All
there
right.
it is. We'll not have to be making any con rolls between now and sunset. So that's nice.
Kind of wanted to.
All right, Lois, make sure you don't hit the head on the deck, and I guess we'll just leave you to rest.
Yep.
Adele will collect up that finger and add it to the alchemical material.
Adele,
Collector of obscurities.
Let's leave the part off. We just need to keep the squishy root end of it.
Well, yeah, because it says flesh and bone. The rusty part's rust. She will trim off.
I know,
the
but the whole thing could be all rusty by the time the sunset comes. Just trim off the good parts.
That's what she does. She trims off the meaty bits.
Okay.
And saves it
Excellent.
and tosses the rusty bits out into the ocean.
That's crazy.
Well, I mean, we could use the bone and the rusty bits. What is going on?
It's like before and after picture.
Good night.
Before and after what? Massive.
Don't
aging
ask.
cells.
Yes.
Good. All right, can we take our break?
Yeah, sure can. Now's the perfect time.
Okay. All right. See you in a bit.
So anyway, let's see what else we can get Denny to cut off.
Denny didn't cut off anything. The doctor.
Oh yeah, DVD. Sorry.
I'm enjoying thoroughly how confused the two make people.
I have no idea why. I don't know
I
what
don't
my
know.
problem
It's
is.
just the D.
Just
You can call him Michael.
think how good the doctor will be at nieces and nephews' birthday parties. You can play Pull My Finger.
Ooh.
Have it come off.
We'll call them phalanges. Let's see. Your doc, your nose is looking a little rusty. Well, ears looking a little rusty.
I already got the ear covered, so.
To match your friend.
Wait, are you guys still
Use guys.
use guises? Are you still you guys all inhaled rust, correct?
Denny did.
Oh, yeah. There was no avoiding it.
Whenever that thing hit the ceiling and rust just sprinkled on everybody's head like nuclear fallout.
Yep.
Be a shame if this ritual didn't work and you guys all.
And amputate your lungs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you got back to the St. Celestine and we're talking amongst yourselves and discussed your overall health, and the doctor revealed his finger and you hauled him over to a table and he set his hand down, and as this is all happening, the whole crew is on deck nearby and they're kind of clustering and watching what's going on, and you can hear like they're sort of getting closer in a train wreck kind of way as your arm is being held and you're positioning the knife and you're asking Denny to provide the force, and then there's that crunch as it goes through bone. You can just hear people, people just recoil back. You hear at least one person like choking down vomit as your hand's just bleeding on the table. You're bandaging it up. Then Adele goes over, picks up the finger, snips off the tip, and now just has like a meat tube with a bone running through it that you can sort of tell was a finger, but with both ends missing, it's a lot less obvious now. It's just sort of a skin cylinder, kind of drippy and soft. But you don't see any rust on either end.
Good cut. You got it all.
I'll find out when I wake up.
He's not awake. Yeah. Doing the fanning thing.
The dabbing.
You can tell the crew are starting to give you a little bit more of a wide berth as they move about on the deck. Like, let's maybe leave them kind of alone.
Should we get some smell salts, or should we let him take it for the rest here?
I mean, there isn't a whole lot to do until the ritual, right? So we could probably just let him.
Little fella's tuckered out. Let's just...
To be fair, this is the first time I've closed my eyes and had a restful sleep in days, probably.
Yeah.
And all it takes is to get my finger cut off. You gotta do this more often.
Yep. You got at least 9 more nights rest in you. Because yeah, you definitely didn't sleep at all last night, and I can certainly imagine that what sleep you've been getting for much of the rest of this has been pretty fitful. Oh, the first week or so at sea was uneventful. You were probably getting good night's sleep just sailing across the Atlantic. It's,
Wasn't Adele researching a spell or something that was going to take her 10 days or something crazy?
Oh yeah, what were you researching?
She was researching that book that we had that was at the college that we took that had some incantation or some spell or ritual or something that was going to take
one?
maybe it was going to take 10 or 15 days or something.
Yeah,
that I presume has been on hold since all of this crap started.
absolutely.
But something to remember if we ever get caught in a bind and you've got a ready human sacrifices, you've got that one celestial summoning whatever the hell that was.
Super snake.
Yes, super snake.
Yep.
Okay, get all your other stuff that's on the floor, your towel, your swimsuit, any other sweatshirts.
After probably no more than an hour, the doctor will awaken if we're going to push an hour through.
Sure.
And just be lostfully staring at his blank spot between his thumb and his middle finger.
Yep.
But
it's not too disturbing right now because it's all kind of hidden by a thick knot of bandage, which sort of makes it a little bit easier to take because it's just a covered wound. But you know it's going to be more disturbing once that's off and there's just nothing there.
I mean, he's happy with the bandaging that you guys gave to him.
Yeah, it's pretty well bound. You don't see any blood seeping through. You didn't get a good look at it before you passed out, but what you did see, it wasn't a perfect cut by any means, but you didn't see anything so disturbing that you're terribly worried about things going terribly wrong in there with a decent bandaging job and just taking care of it. It's, of course, a little bit tender, let's say, over there right now. Doesn't feel the greatest, but you feel like it will heal over in a reasonably normal, for lack of a better word, manner.
No, my finger doesn't hurt.
Now, sometimes it itches, but it doesn't hurt.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, so you've got a few hours before it's time to start casting. Are there anything else you'd like to do in that period of time?
We should really get everything all arranged the way we want it. Find the space. I think we have to draw some sort of circle.
The doctor would like to confer with the captain before we do the spell at some point.
Not a problem. And do that as soon as the doctor wakes up. And say the next hour goes pretty uneventfully. Eventually, the doctor comes around. You kind of set yourself up. Have a chance to note that the bandaging job seems to have been pretty well done. And your hand is sore. You've got that deep throbbing that just isn't changing. It's just tender and just constantly throbbing. But it's not incapacitating pain. It's just very much present. And it's going to take you a while to either be able to just kind of get past it or have it actually, come out to pain reduced. For the time being, it's very much there and always an awareness in your mind, just the in time with your heartbeat that your hand is just throbbing. But you can operate fine with it. It's just there.
Well,
So you go find
We
the
should
captain.
keep dousing in alcohol so it doesn't get infected.
During Prohibition time, did they have medicinal alcohol, or was it all
Oh, yeah.
alcohol's gone? Okay.
Lots of it.
So much.
Yep. Lots of medicinal alcohol.
Aperitifs.
You go to
yeah.
pharmacies and get
No,
your
right.
medicinal alcohol in a little glass.
Get gastrites that will, settle your stomach.
Yep.
Get your Jägermeister,
Dr. McGillicuddy.
Dr.
Yeah.
McGillicuddy. Yep.
Herbal medicine.
So after a moment, the doctor will gaze away from his hand and look up at the rest of the group and say, "We should probably go let the captain know of what we've done and what's coming on the horizon." No pun intended.
Okay, so we're
Maybe a good spot would be.
Yeah,
Maybe
so
up in the main room.
yeah, we'll head up to talk to him.
All right. You go find the captain on the bridge. He's there with Dr. Ahrens. They are paired off, so neither of them is off by themselves. Easy enough to head up to the bridge. Walk in there. The two will turn around, look at you, and the captain sort of nods, glances down at your hand, DVD, and sees the bandaging. Looks down at his own hand and kind of raises an eyebrow and gives you a little nod.
Give him a little nod back.
So, Captain, good news, bad news. Good news is we got what we needed from the other ship.
The bad news is he lost a finger.
That's hopefully the worst news we'll have so far. There was some manner of beast over there. And I know we've had a lot of odd discussions. But I will say that the beast we saw over there is made of metal and matched what was in the log books that we saw. So unfortunately, it seems like a lot of that is very accurate. And I don't know what we're going to be able to do with that thing over there, other than we do have one long shot, and it's a little odd, so I wanted to talk to you about where we're going to be able to do it.
You mean your ritual magic spell thing, yeah?
Mm-hmm. So
Think of it like an exorcism.
I know that
Oh, one of those.
this isn't our ship, this is your ship, so we need you to tell us where you would want us to do this so that we don't cause you any more trouble than we've already got.
Well, if it's to be done, we ought to be doing it right. How much space do you need?
How much space do we need?
Adele, you'd recognize that this circle, with the amount of detail that it has, there's no size specified, but you also have to draw. You need to be able to replicate these symbols, and to do that accurately enough at a scale to put the components in where they need to go and have people in it where they need to be. This is going to have to be at least 6 feet across, and you rather it were 8 to 10. At 6 feet, it's going to be a little bit cramped to have people kind of in it. At somewhere between 8 and 10 feet, you'd be pretty comfortable having people in their spots without too much crowding.
8 to 10 feet.
Aye, well, that limits your choices some, for sure. For example, there's no doing it on the bridge. As you can see, not 8 clear feet in here. There's the main deck. Clear that off. Plenty of space there. We could shuffle things around the forward or aft cargo holds. Sufficiency of space in there. Perhaps might be doable. One of the midship compartments, perhaps. I think that'd be tight. Your best bets are going to be your main deck or one of the large cargo holds, forward or aft.
Main deck would give us better visuals if something attacks us, but leaves us open. Cargo hold protects us, but then we're trapped.
We did see this thing go through a wall to attack us, so I don't know that physical barriers are all that helpful. As he
There's
eyes
more-
the captain.
On the deck, there's more wood, less metal, right?
Yeah,
There's also
Captain
more crew.
prefer the deck.
The decking itself is wood.
We
That's
prefer
true of all the
deck.
floors, of all the decks. But the main deck is obviously the broadest and doesn't have. So basically, the construction of the ship is the hull is metal. Much of the internal structure and support structure is also metal, so it's got like steel beams supporting everything. So you've got also steel bulkheads forming kind of those sort of I-beams that also make space between them to walk through in the ship. So most of the walls are metal, but almost all the decking, what's underfoot, is almost all wood, just laid on top of the various support structures. So
Yeah,
the deck, wood deck, and doesn't have metal walls. So in that sense, it is more wood, less metal.
And we can try to shove something off the side if we have to. So we'd prefer the deck if you could manage it.
I'll be honest.
What's happening back there?
She keeps me out.
Yeah, Elodie wasn't doing anything. I saw her lying on the couch. Minty's doing something. I don't know what.
He's begging for cheese.
Oh, of course she is. Yeah. Makes no real difference to me. Wherever we do this, it's not as if we'll be able to hide it from the crew. Deck, I mean, your recommendation has us keeping everyone on the deck. If you need it, I can move folk below decks. Though after trying to sell them on the dangers of touching metal and how it's safer up here, that may not go over as well as it might at once have.
Can we have separate the fore and aft? So maybe we can occupy the small. I don't know which deck is smaller, the fore or aft section. You might be able to fit such a thing in the bow section ahead of the conning tower. A little bit tight there, because the ship comes to a narrow point, so it's not even with the cross.
Yeah.
More space aft. Certainly there's the cranes in back. There's the machinery. Sort of gets in the way. We can try and have the crew stand further aft. Get them largely out of your way.
Honestly, as long as they don't interfere, and as long as we don't make them uncomfortable enough that they interfere, they can be wherever they want to be, or wherever you'd want them.
Fair enough. I'm inclined to have them stay on deck and tell them to keep their distance best they can. No seagoing vessel, terribly spacious, mine own included. Only so much area they can give you, but I can have them try and steer clear. What they'll do once the magic starts kicking up, they're well trained, they're good men, they follow instructions. But this ain't the Navy. I'm only their captain, because I run the ship. They aren't conscripted. They ain't dedicating their life to this. They work for me, not much more. So I'll say they're good men, good crew, follow orders well. But push comes to shove, money on the table, well, it's not Her Majesty's Navy, let's say. His Majesty's Navy, sorry.
But it is to get us home, so I think we'll get as much cooperation as we need out of them. So
they're all well-meaning. Well-meaning enough, I should say. A couple of rake-hells out there for sure. But I'll not have rapscallions and criminals on me crew. They're all well-meaning men. They'll not interfere to cause trouble. They'll not interfere to cause you harm.
Point of note that you may want to bring up with these guys is if we can successfully get rid of whatever it is that's coming after us, whatever manner of beast that is that we've been toiling with on the other ship, and that's stopping us from moving, we can continue forward with the salvage of the vessel, which puts money in their pockets, which is a pretty good, like you said earlier, it's a pretty good motivator.
Aye, 'tis. Aye.
Sell this as something though that isn't, the work of the devil. That's not gonna, bother anybody's sensibilities.
That'll be where the risk of interference comes.
Yeah.
If someone among them think you're doing devil magic, they'll think the right thing to do is stop you. I don't have any zealots there that I know of, but we're all God-fearing men.
Chaplain.
You have a chaplain. Maybe you should talk to
Aye.
him, and then he can assuage fears, or at least let them give us a chance before they, burn us at the stake.
Which?
I'd be happy to talk to him because, God-fearing myself. I just see this as just, some Old Testament stuff you just gotta get through.
I'll leave that in your hands. The chaplain, though still, as I say, no zealotry, but quite religious in his own way. Strong ideas about right, wrong, and the devil's work. Not the sort who sees the devil in every blight of crops or dead cow. But you start doing real magic out in the open. That's a horse of a different color, as they say.
You start drawing pagan symbols on the deck and
Aye.
seeing
As I say, not a zealot.
whatever.
Not gonna run the old lady out of town for being old and selling teas. Mystical symbols, occult rituals, casting spells, strange lights in the sky, or whatever the hell else you're gonna be doing. Very different affair.
He doesn't see the devil in failed crops, but he might see the devil in people turned to metal and rusted. So I feel like we've got a good chance of helping him understand what it is we're trying to do.
Alright? As
So
I say, I'll
Lois-
leave that to you.
Lois, why don't you talk to the good chaplain?
Plus, depending on how many folks it takes to actually run the ritual, if we'd only be standing there holding hands chanting together, I don't know if we do or not, then we can run interference if somebody gets a wild idea.
For sure.
Well, the
Like-
monsters are coming.
Yeah,
They
and run
better-
interference on whatever. Captain, by the way, what's the sit rep on the head count for the crew? Anybody gone missing or turned up a little bit browner than they should?
That's racist.
It's 1926 or whatever.
It's probably racist.
It's still racist, but it's yeah,
Right.
fair enough. I'm just saying.
Relatively, less racist than James Bond.
My 1925 is also less racist than James Bond. I think there are times where the story depends on some group being racist, like the Irish white cops in New York, picking on the black folk in Harlem, but by and large, I don't see any reason to wallow in the misery of the past. We can just...
Yep.
Fine. It's fine. Much like all the historical dramas that have women and various ethnicities doing things because you know what? This is all fake anyway. If we're all playing make-em-ups, let's make them up to not be quite so depressing.
So anyway, let's cut off our fingers so we don't rust to death.
Exactly. I want to have control over the depressing. I don't want existential depression. Just, dude, you had the what to yourself? Huh. Right. So the captain. Well, you know what the count was this morning. You were there for it. I've not taken a head count since. I've not heard anyone gone missing. No one's reported it. But at the same time, I'm quite positive. Not everyone stayed on deck the whole time. Nothing else. The head's below. I've not seen him shitting over the rail. So someone's heading downstairs for something.
That's where the rust Candyman went.
That's where the
Probably.
kid clown is. Hey, we got toilet paper down here.
We should probably run a head count before the seance, before the ritual at some point.
I was planning to do one around midday, which in fact is quite soon. Thought I'd do one morning, noon, and night, as it were.
Nice.
See, we had 49 at last count. What do we got?
You did not. You had 44
44.
at last count.
My
After
notes
the
say
guy-
49.
After the guy with the bean
Oh,
mold,
threw himself overboard.
there was a guy who threw himself overboard that brought you down to 48. There was the bean mold. Sorry, right, we're at
Okay.
47. There was the bean mold, but also in there, he hadn't counted the doctor and the crewman who had found the bean mold guy. So they weren't on the count, so he came up with a lower number, but adding them back in, you were back up to 47.
There's also a guy rusted to the front of the ship.
Yep.
Okay. So 47 was our last count.
Who you've been assuming the rust guy in the front of the ship is one of the missing 8.
Right.
That has at least been your assumption.
So let's run a count. We'll talk to the chaplain, and then we'll start preparing for sundown, I suppose.
Sounds good.
Hi. What would you say? I'll take the doctor with me to include him in the count. I'd rather not leave the bridge just empty. If the lot of you would like to stay here, that's fine. But I'd like at least one of you to stay back. 2 by your own rules, but those who write the rules often break them, I find.
Was he up here by himself?
No, he's up here with Dr. Ahrens. But he's with the
Dr.
doctor
Ahrens.
with him to make sure he's part of the count.
Gotcha. I can stay back. I don't need to talk to the chaplain. Plus, my hand hurts a little bit, so, you know.
Yeah, Denny can stick around here.
Adele's
All
going
right,
to keep prepping for the ritual, so she'll stay.
All right. So you 3 will stay. The captain looks at you. If anything seems amiss, you see something strange in the distance, you see something strange happening in here, something going on you don't know about. He points to a large handle attached to a wheel bolted to the wall. Crank that and sound the ship's klaxon. Bring me running. Aside from that, keep your hands off the ship. Keep a weather eye out. I'll be back after the count. So he and the doctor head off. Lois, you're heading to find the chaplain? Are you waiting here for the count, or...?
I should probably find the chaplain ASAP.
All right. So you head down with the captain and the doctor, figuring you'll see the chaplain on deck at some point, probably. You can possibly have the captain point him out to you.
We're splitting the party. Oh, no.
So, Lois, you're with the captain and the doctor as they head down onto the main deck. The captain calls the crew up. You see them kind of shuffling around and presenting themselves on the deck again. They're starting to look a little more restless, a little more surly at this being called up to stand around and do nothing every few hours from their point of view. Like, we're having another pointless meeting. All right. They haven't eaten in a bit. They've not been told why they haven't eaten. They've been told to stay above deck if at all possible. Seems like they're doing that, but you can tell that it's starting to get a little restless out there. Like these restrictions are starting to rub some people the wrong way. Some of them are looking ahead and seeing a future where they spend another night out in the open, in the fog, on the deck in the ship in the North Atlantic in February, and are already not liking the prospect. Wasn't much fun last night. They don't think it's going to be fun tonight either. So there's a little bit of catch some grumblings, that catch some, looks, catch some comments. So far, nobody's done anything. No violence has broken out or anything like that. But you can tell natives are starting to get a little restless. Captain calls the roll, goes down the list. You see him stop at the end, look over at you, and say, 44. We're missing 3. We're missing 2 Stokers, Ralph Robbins, Nicholas Redder, and the trimmer Glenn Sizer.
Oop.
Oh, these all have to do with the engine room.
Trying to send men to look for them. And he's turned to you, Lois, and he's kind of lowered his voice, so he's kind of pitching it so it doesn't carry to the rest of the crew. His whole list, he's not carrying to the rest of the crew. Nobody's brought it to his attention, and if nobody's noticed them missing, he's choosing to not cause anyone to notice. But he's pitched low at, should we? Is it worth sending someone to look? Are they good as gone? I've not seen what you've seen.
I mean, if they don't make it back on their own, then there's nothing to do to help them.
I mean, he's seen the guy that was turned to rust on the railing, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so he's seen what you're identifying as the consequences.
Right.
And he experienced his finger touching the rail, but he has not seen the avatar that you have. So knowing that you've seen this entity that is a threat and might be aboard his ship, he's sort of deferring to you as to whether can he send people downstairs with like gloves and masks and have them not touch things and look, or
The best that we can do is save who is still up here and not cause a panic, because a panic's going to end up getting more people killed.
And we may save whoever's down there too, if this works. Who knows?
If they're not all the way gone, yeah. No,
Right.
we're just going to keep that to ourselves.
all right. Fair. I can't say I like it. But there's nothing to be done. No use sending good men to their deaths after men who've already died. Turns back to the crew. Right then, be about your business. Stay above decks. Wait for orders. Turns around with the doctor, heads back in, and 3 of you will see him get back on the bridge shortly. Oh. Did you want to ask him to point out the chaplain?
Yeah, I think we've met him before, so I think
I think so.
Oh yeah, you would have. Yes, you're right. Never mind. Yeah, so you go find Pastor Westlake, who was amidst the crew being counted. He looked at you as you approach and kind of nods, and I would say good morning, but I can't say there's much good about it. Is there something I can help you with?
you being the spiritual leader and representative of this ship, and thought you should be aware that the problem we're facing is going to be less shooting and stabbing and more about spiritual realm. And we're in sort of uncharted territory here. But as a religious person myself, I gotta believe this is the best way to handle the situation. Now, it looks really weird. This is ancient Sumerian Old Testament stuff that we've researched and found out that this is something older than most of the stuff you're going to find in the Bible. But when shooting things and science fails, we've got to turn to the tools we've got at hand, and we think this could work. So
I've seen the poor fellow at the bow of the ship. It is not surprising to me that the halls of science and academia have no answers for whatever it is we face here. But what is it exactly you're proposing?
we found
Blasphemy. That's what it's.
We found an ancient prayer that aligns with ritual, and I know that, maybe you're not of the same flavor of Christianity as I am, but it's not too different than some of the things that I grew up with. Catholic Church, we've got,
I'm not one to care about which way you sign the cross, I assure you.
But we have such things as exorcisms in my belief system, and it's an old and ancient tradition, and this seems to be a very old form of exorcism for something that is inhabiting and possessing the metal on our ships. So
all right.
I've gone through it. It seems to be something that is very, I don't know, it doesn't stink of the devil to me, but some people on this crew might think differently, and we might need to reassure them. And I'm nobody to them, but you're somebody, and you're welcome to come and look and see what we're doing. But if anyone has spiritual qualms about what we're doing, but I will say right now, this is our last idea, and if we don't try something, we're all going to end up like that other ship over there, and I can't believe that's what God wants to happen.
So I'm going to ask you to make a combined roll, which there isn't really a good implementation of in Foundry. So I'm going to ask you to roll education. But the combined roll will be education and persuasion. We'll see which you succeed. So you'll make one roll. You're trying to beat both. I'm using education to stand in for some kind of religion skill. I feel like rolls into your kind of background, your upbringing. I'm calling it education. If you think of something else you think you'd rather use as your sort of religion to represent your knowledge of the Catholic Church, I'm open to suggestions, but that's what leaps out to me on the sheet as a thing. Like,
going to Catholic school, that's
yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking. There's something better on here to represent.
And maybe drive. Oh.
I pray a lot when you drive. Does that count? So yeah, education will be a stand-in for religion. You're making a religious argument based on your Catholic background, and to sort of, without trying to couch this in in-world terms, I'll tell you what's going to happen here. The education roll, if you succeed, if you beat the 60, you'll convince him that what you're doing is on the up and up. He won't need to be concerned. You'll assuage all his doubts over the actual content of what it is you're actually doing. But you'll have to beat the persuade to sort of get him on side and helping you convince other people that you're fine. The religious argument may work. The trying to get him to be on your team feels like persuade to me.
Well, I'll try persuade first, because...
Well, it's one roll for both, so you don't have to. So you're not rolling to failure. You have one roll, and if it's better than 10, you win everything. If it's better than 60, you get half, and if it's over 60, then things don't go as well.
Just roll.
Yep, roll education.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
Not better than 10, but better than 60. So
you kind of look at you and nod. I will. Though it is not my tradition, I have nothing but respect for the beliefs and traditions of the Roman Catholic Church. My concerns with the Church have everything to do with the bureaucracy, the hierarchy, really the politics of it all, but that's not something we need to talk about presently. Your faith is as good as mine, as good as anyone in Christendom, as far as I'm concerned. We're all told we must trust our consciences and act towards our strengths. If your true beliefs are this is our only chance, and this effort, this foreign prayer, can be reconciled with your Catholic beliefs, it seems only right that, like the Lord, I trust you to follow your conscience. But I must also follow my own conscience. And I must admit, practicing some sort of ancient sorcery smacks to me of things that I'd rather not have truck with. I'll not interfere. I certainly won't speak against you to the men. I am as hopeful to get off this ship alive and whole as anyone else is, and perhaps my judgment is swayed by hoping that you are right. But I'm afraid I cannot bring myself to argue your cause to anyone else.
As long as you don't rabble-rouse them against us, we just don't want to.
I shall do no such thing. I believe you are earnestly following your conscience, as we are all called to do.
Well, I'd appreciate any prayers you can say on our behalf. Do what you got to do.
Prayers for you, the crew, and myself, I assure you.
All right.
I can say, should any of the men come to me with fear or anger in their hearts, I will attempt to soothe them, as is my role.
I appreciate it.
I am not certain I can in good conscience wish you luck in what you are about to try. But I will pray for you. And pray for your success.
It's a little luck. All right. Peace be with you. Do a bow and yeah.
May the force be with you.
You say that, he gives a bit of a wry half smile and actually holds his hand out to shake.
All right. I'll shake it and scamper away and see what everyone else is up to.
Sounds good. At this point, we'll say it's getting on towards probably 1 o'clock. You figure you've got about 5 hours before the sun starts to go down. Adele, you probably want to start drawing significantly before that. It's a fairly complicated thing you need to draw, and you want high confidence in its accuracy.
Oh yes. Adele
so
is
you're going to
prepping.
want to spend a bunch of time getting that right.
She's drawing. She's communing with her helpful spirit. There's crystals, and yes, the burning of scented herbs, recharging her crystals in the sunlight, that kind of stuff.
Excellent. So Adele is absolutely dedicated to the ritual. You've asked for a space on deck to be cleared out. It has been giving you, the crew, already a little bit leery since you have a penchant for chopping bits off of people, apparently. Willing to give you a little bit of space. You're doing your thing. That's cool. At some point, probably getting on towards 2 o'clock, Doctor, a crew member you don't recognize, comes up to you, kind of looks around and sort of pitches his voice sort of low. And, hey, Doc. You know things about this rust stuff, yeah?
The doctor will hold up his hand and, yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, well, he kind of glances around, pulls the glove off his hand, rolls his sleeve up, and you can see that his hand up halfway up his forearm is just rust.
See, that could have been you.
Could have needed a bigger knife.
You gotta help me. I don't know what to do.
Oh, I can help you. I can absolutely help you. You're not gonna like it, but you're gonna like it more than what the alternative is. And He will explain the timeline as best he knows it. He's maybe got a few hours if he's lucky. He doesn't want to really instill panic in this man.
Sure.
He wants to instill confidence that getting rid of his arm is the best solution. I don't know that you can do one without the other, but that's what he's trying to do.
All right. So I'm going to ask you to make a medicine roll. Your degree of success on this will determine number of dice you get to roll on your persuade. Because ultimately, it's going to be a persuade roll to talk him into something.
Yeah.
But you've got a good medical background. If you, depending how well you pass this, we'll get some extras there. Nice. So you will be able to. You can roll persuade. Hard success. Nice. You'll be able to roll persuade with 2 bonus dice.
All right.
And try and convince him that losing his arm is the best option he's got.
Wee. This guy's like, get rid of this thing.
Wow.
Okay.
It's hard to argue with the evidence of your arm rust rotting.
Yep. And you eventually convince him, and he's obviously concerned about his livelihood, about his arm, everything. But ultimately, I guess there's nothing else to be done.
Better
I'm
than
gonna
dying.
turn into that thing at the front of the ship. So do what you gotta, Doc.
I haven't asked, but after examining his arm and how far spread it is, with any level of confidence, can I say that getting rid of his arm is going to stop the spread? Or
Yes.
okay,
You are highly confident that at where he is in your estimated progression of this phenomenon, if you cut the arm off just above the elbow or right at the elbow, you'll stop the progression of the corrosion.
Oh, nice. Okay.
It doesn't even have to be at the shoulder yet. It's just it's still not that it makes a huge difference to his mobility but whatever that's worth.
Is there an axe? Because one of Denny's skills can finally become useful.
I think the doctor. I think DVD has this one. That medicine roll will cover the subsequent surgery as well. Are you trying to hide this from Doc Aarons or not?
Oh, no. I was hoping to get him up into the top quarters and do it up there, so it's not directly in front of the rest of the crew. As
If you're not trying to hide it from Doc Aarons, and you talk to him, he can take you to his surgery, which it's not exactly a modern hospital room, but is clean, has the tools, is pretty well lit. It's below decks.
There might be morphine in there.
Ooh.
Right, but it'll have things like they have morphine in 25, some kind of opiate. It's reasonably well stocked. It's the best place you're going to find to actually do the surgery, and will be out of sight of everyone. So that's the first thing he offers. You can actually take him to the surgery and do it there.
early 1800s is morphine.
Very cool.
So they have morphine a
No,
lot.
absolutely not. The doctor's not going below deck.
Then I suppose next best is my own office. We can take him up to my office.
That's fine. We can do it. I'm clearly halfway decent at field surgery.
So yeah, you go up to his office. He kind of clears off his desk, does his best job to clean things. Doesn't have any equipment here, so now it's just what's in your medicine bag. So you have a pretty good medicine bag, given your luck on. Yeah, I recall that being something about leaving it behind and a good luck roll.
You have a special medicine bag.
Yep, the snake monster seance. He found a better medicine.
Yeah, he's like
That's right.
2.
That's right. All right. So we'll say that the medicine bag contains the tools you need.
Yeah.
Which is a little weird for you to be carrying around a bone saw all the time, but you got lucky. It's a better medicine bag.
Hey, listen, are you a doctor or not? Doctors have bone saws.
You don't call me a sawbones for nothing.
No.
We'll use the sailor's luck to find out if you have morphine in your bag.
You're gonna call me Michael the mutilator Von Doyster after this trip. This will be the third limb I've chopped off of somebody in like 24 hours. Oh, that's not good.
You do not have morphine in your bag. You have no sort of analgesic or painkiller at all in your bag.
Stick he can bite on?
Yeah, Doc Aarons can find like a wad of paper or something in the room to shove in his mouth, but
But Doc
you're wrong in this surgery, sir.
Yeah, so I will, I presume I'm wearing some sort of belt. We'll pull off my belt as my pants kind of sag a little bit. Cinch it right above the joint.
We'll see you an actual tourniquet in your medical bag.
Oh,
You can
perfect.
use an actual like tourniquet with a handle and twist.
Oh,
You can do it.
nice.
You've got
Okay.
what you need for this operation in terms of physically doing it. You just don't have a way for him to not feel every second of you sawing his arm off.
Then I double up the belt and say, "Open your mouth," and put this in there for him to bite on.
Fair enough.
And Denny or Lois or somebody come hold this man's shoulders down, and somebody else hold his feet down, and maybe the third hold his arm out so I can be as precise as I need to be. And I say, you know, on 3, and I go 1, and try to do this as efficiently and quickly as possible, because God knows this has to hurt.
Sure. And we're going to call your hard success in your medicine roll before. We'll say that's still part of this same thing. This is all part of this medical endeavor. I'm checking his ability to just hold on through. Not bad.
So am I alone prepping? Have you left me alone on the ship?
Well, you're
Whoever's
not
up
alone.
there.
There's lots of crew milling about the deck. They're giving you
Okay.
space, but you're by no means alone. You're not isolated.
Lois would have been going back to Adele after.
Like, don't leave me alone. Someplace I'm gonna get eaten. I'm gonna get rustitis.
I think it's just me, Denny, and Doc Aarons.
So he manages, and as soon as you start, all the blood drains from his face. He begins just sweating. You can see his teeth biting down into your belt. You, for a moment, a strange, almost surreal moment as you're doing this, can't help thinking that you wonder if he's going to bite through the belt, and how will you hold your pants up if that happens? But you, through long practice, continue at your task. When you're about halfway through, he finally just passes out. He managed to hold himself still until ultimately he just loses. His body goes limp, which makes your job materially easier as the muscles go slack. You successfully remove his arm just at the elbow and are confident that the contagion will not spread. Bandage off the remains, etc. So he's just lying insensate on Doc Aaron's desk, just ashen, sweaty, lank hair just plastered to his head, sweat having soaked through essentially all his clothes, but you successfully completed the surgery.
So, do we want the arm thrown overboard?
Yeah, the doctor's thinking to himself, man, there's the flesh and bone and blood that we could have used instead of my finger, but it's a fleeting thought.
Bill's already working.
It's a fleeting thought. And we'll say, yeah, Denny, give this a fucking yeet off the boat somewhere.
Because we might get to use this as a motivator for the rest of the crew. Like, hey, so yeah, tell us when you see like rust on yourself so that you don't lose any more than necessary.
Right.
Put it out on a table on the deck. Like,
Alternatively, the crew goes into mass hysteria and tries to fight every single person.
look what the doctor did.
Yeah, maybe. And I'd also suggest that we leave the crew member with the missing arm in the room as long as we can, so he's not walking about.
Doc Aaron nods. That's fair. He can stay here.
He's not walking anywhere.
It's going to be some time before he wants to move to begin with. I can make him as comfortable as he will be anywhere in the ship in here. We'll keep him here. Hopefully after tonight we'll have good enough news that he can just be a wounded hero rather than a terrifying victim.
Instead of a purple heart, he'll get like a rusty medal.
Yeah, and I just hand the arm over to Denny and say, "Here, do something with this," and I'll leave that up to you whether you want to chuck it overboard or put it out for display.
Denny will go put it up by the guy on the railing.
Got it.
And say to one of the guys, like, I want you to make sure that everybody knows that we got to find out if somebody's got rust on them sooner rather than later. Because I don't want to do that again.
Better if it's just
Message seems to have gotten across.
Then Denny will go help Adele.
All right.
He's got super memory, so maybe that'll help with making sure everything's accurate.
So you go back to Adele. Lois, you were out kind of by Adele already, if I recall correctly.
Yep.
Doctor, where are you going after successfully completing the surgery and presumably cleaning yourself up because you're a bit of a mess?
Yeah, clean myself up, converse with Doc Aaron a little bit, see if anybody else has gotten into some nasty food pollutants or anything like that, and then make my way back down.
Dead. Like, not as far as I know. He's not aware of anybody else.
Okay.
So you head down also.
Yep.
As you're getting out towards Adele, you hear a bit of commotion off to your left, so the starboard side of the ship. You're facing aft as you head out towards Adele. Everybody here, you're all here, so all four of you can give me a listen roll.
Listen.
Nice
roll.
Wow.
You're distracted by lopping off arms.
Nice roll.
All right. Yeah, so Lois and Denny, as you're standing there, you hear this before the commotion starts, you each hear from underfoot, almost feeling it more than hearing it, thud.
No,
Thud.
no, it's coming.
Thud. Just as you make that out, and it sort of sinks in what this sounds like, you hear a commotion off kind of ahead and to your left, so towards starboard and aft. As you hear the sound of it, like wood hitting wood, you hear a slamming, like wood on wood sound. You hear somebody shout, "Get up here! Get up here!" And you hear the sound of what sounds like human feet hitting flooring at a rapid pace.
Denny will start to hustle over to that sound.
Yep, Lois too.
Adele's gonna keep working.
The Doc will stay with Adele and protect.
All right. So the two of you head over as quickly as you can, and as you get there, you see a crew member on the deck reaching his hand down towards the open hatch that leads below decks.
Bastards.
You can see somebody coming up the stairs from below decks, reaching a hand out. He takes the hand of the crewman above and starts to come out, and then his progress is just stopped. And he begins to slide down into the hatch as the crewman on top is trying to haul him back.
I'm gonna grab that crewman.
Too
The one
late.
who's not the one who's down below, the one who's trying to hold him and try and haul him back.
All right. Denny, you doing anything?
Denny will draw his pistol and will look down into the hatch, hoping to see those yellow eyes. And if he does, he will attempt to shoot them in the eyes.
Sounds good. So make an attack roll with your pistol, and Lois, just give me a strength check.
Might spend some luck on this.
No need.
Hey,
I won't.
noise.
Nice.
So Lois grabs and starts pulling the guy up, and this could go well.
Nice.
Nice.
So yeah, Lois, you just wrap your arms around him, brace your feet, and haul, just trusting that his hand and the crewman below's hand can hold on to each other enough to keep that chain together. Danny, you rush up, you look down the hatchway, and sure as shit, you look down, you can see, as soon as you look down, looks like they're staring right at you, the two glowing orange eyes. You know exactly what's down there. You can just see the front of it, the rounded face, the arm kind of extending out of the darkness beneath. And you crack! Let off one round from your pistol, and one of the eyes just shatters. You can see tiny shards of glowing something. They look like sparks in a forge, but also sort of crystalline. It's it's somewhere between like shattering glass and sparks as a hammer strikes hot iron in a forge, off to one side. You can see the arm that's reaching up and is wrapped around the waist of the crewman on the stairs. Just lash out, let go, and a tendril whips against the wall crazily and snaps back as the other eye fades back, tumbles back more like, into the darkness, and the crewman is suddenly flying out of the hatchway, pulled by the strength of his compatriot and Lois. Just a look of sheer terror, panic on his face as he lands on the deck, practically sobbing as he's panting for air.
So Denny will shout directly in his face, "Who else is down there? Is anyone else down there?"
No, I don't think anyone else is down there. They all left already. I think I was the only one left.
Denny's sealing the hatch. Then, like, we're done with that place.
There's no more
Everybody's
downstairs. Stop going down there, you goddamn maroons.
At this point, like, probably roughly a dozen other crew have kind of come over to hear what's going on. There was a gunshot. This has attracted a lot of attention. And they see this guy on the ground. As you're looking, you can see around his midsection where there's a ring around it about maybe an inch thick that almost looks scorched in the fabric. It's not falling apart like it would if it actually been on fire, but it's got that darkened, sort of scorched look. And you can now see he's got his hand kind of down on his side, just holding his arm to his body as he tries to hold himself up and sit up. Looks up at you and Lois. Just, thank you. I don't know what that was. I've never seen anything like it. I don't know what's happening.
We're
gonna exercise that demon. I don't. You explain.
Yeah, we're
on the team.
We're gonna. Yeah, we'll take care of it. We're gonna try and take care of it tonight. You got any rust on you?
Rust? I don't.
Buddy?
Kind of looks down at his clothes. You can see on his clothes, he's clearly rubbed up against things that were rusty somewhere. He's got rust stains on his clothes. I guess I've got. I don't know. I mean, yeah.
Denny's gonna just start pulling untuck his shirt.
Check him, Denny.
Check his waist. See if there's any stripes in that area.
Yeah, get him, Denny.
Denny's
up. Reach in, grab the shirt, yank it up to get a look at his midsection. And it takes you a second. You're looking at what looks like, reddened, unharmed skin until finally you catch sight of it. Just on his left side, just above the hip, there's a little strip of reddish brown.
Cut it out.
Crap. Come with us. I'm gonna just drag him.
Denny's gonna
to
call
the doctor.
Doc out loud. Doc Gettysburg, we need your help.
So you hear Denny call out Doc.
Yeah. I'll go. I'm running towards.
All right,
Can you amputate some skin?
Fifth amputee today, god damn it. Yeah, so I'll run over and kneel
Just-
down.
Need
If
one
you
of
run over
those.
and you see exactly that, it's easy enough. You can see once Denny points it out.
More of a reverse
This guy's got
strap.
like a little. It's relatively small. It's only a couple inches long, tapered at both ends, but it's definitely rust on the skin, just on his left side, little like almost along his waistline, essentially.
With my now ever-growing expertise of rust on skin and its spread, is this something that I think is fascia level that I can just cleave skin off and be good to go, or is this like, oh, everything below the hip needs to go?
Give me a hard medicine check.
I know the answer. I just don't
Man,
want to
at this
roll.
point, he's done so many amputations. He doesn't get a bonus.
And
mean,
the bonus
this
is
is
this isn't extreme. The bonus is he can succeed and get an answer here.
He's just got like essentially an entire internship's worth of surgical experience.
I'd like to push that. Or no. I'd like to spend luck.
Sure. I think you only need to get down to 48, so
Oh,
yeah,
there you go.
so 2.
2 luck, sure.
Nice.
Yeah. So your confidence is low. It's not impossible. You haven't had a chance, you don't have enough of a sample size to have extensively studied how deep the initial contagion goes beyond what's immediately visible. You obviously have high confidence that if nobody does anything, you know where this is going.
Yeah.
Like there's no doubt where this is going to end up if nothing else happens. But at the same time, where it is, you can try and essentially snip out a piece of skin and stitch shut around it. But you're only going to be able to get so deep beneath the skin before you're hitting internal organs, the spleen, a kidney. Like it's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
To try and cut off proportionally what you removed for your finger or the arm, you can't.
You can do Mohs surgery, but for this guy, where you just take little layers until you don't get any rust anymore.
Well, amputation is much different than like an actual surgical procedure, and I don't think, at least not without going below deck, which, judging by Denny's reaction and slamming of the hatch, I don't think anybody's going down there.
No more of those.
Not that I wanted to.
See, if he was more of an Xbox player and less of a sailor, then we might have had some room to work, you know.
Oh man.
This guy's probably not got a lot of leeway.
No.
But it's
So-
worth a shot. I mean, honestly.
What time is it?
So at this point, it's a little after 3. You've got like 3 hours before you can start the ritual.
Well, Doc, the ritual may fix it all, may fix all of this, may fix, I don't know, my lungs. But we may as well just give it a shot, try and take some of this off. Obviously, don't pop a stomach or anything, but give it a shot, take some off, do what you can, and then we'll
The
see what
guy's
happens.
looking between the two of you, panicking, like, "What do you take? What up? What are you talking about? What's going on? I got some rust on me. I don't know what." He kind of puts his hand over it, turning away, like, "What?"
Think of it like gangrene combined with leprosy, and it's really fast.
Then he just points at the bow, at that guy that turned to rust, next to the arm.
What's his name?
Rust.
Steve. No, that's Rust.
We called him Rusty.
Rusty, no, that's better.
Like, well, you mean this is what happened to that guy?
Brother, this is how it happens.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, hold still. And then he's just gonna lay the guy right here. Like, we're gonna do it right now. In front of God and everyone. Right now.
Pull
Yeah,
your
yeah.
pants down, boy.
Honestly, like, just take what you can.
The doctor's gonna offer some bedside whatever that he can.
Some bedside whatever.
Something. Empathy.
There's nothing more doctor than I'm gonna offer him some bedside whatever, and then I'm gonna do my job.
Yeah, pretty much.
Do this. So, Doc, you can roll persuade with a bonus die because you pretty much established your bona fides here, your bona fides, whatever.
Also, I blew the head off the thing that he was trying to escape. So,
Yep. So we're gonna get to you in just a second. Let's see how the Doc does on a persuade here, and I will note.
I'll use luck.
All right. 6
What do
points
I
of
got
victory
it for?
there.
we'll get more luck when we dock up.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll get more luck when you make a new character.
So
Yeah.
that will help calm this guy and will help Denny in what sounds like probably an intimidation check for all the other crew on deck who are watching you just hold this guy down and start cutting into him. Like, we need to do something about their reaction because all they're seeing really is you're talking about cutting things out of or off their crewmate.
But to be fair, I am also pointing at Michael, who's
Rusty.
now made out of rust.
100%.
Yeah.
So you can choose. You can sort of take your pick. Yeah. You can go with Intimidate with a couple bonus dice. Like 2 full bonus dice. One because you just shot the thing that was coming after him. And one because the doctor has sort of laid the groundwork for why you're doing this. No, it's going to have to be. I mean, you could do Persuade, but I don't think that helps you much.
Well, I mean, the tone, I don't know if there's a benefit. Do I even have different numbers?
It's an
No.
intimidation thing.
Yeah, I guess it's more intimidating than anything else.
Just to add some weight to this, if you fail, this will likely also dissuade them from letting us do our business on the deck.
Well,
Just
sure.
saying.
So it's Intimidate with 2 dice?
Intimidate with 2 bonus dice, yep. Nice.
Nice.
So
By
as
the
you're
way-
talking, you're talking to the doctor, and there's still a curl of the wisp of smoke coming up from the muzzle of the pistol you just shot the thing with. You're kind of staring down the crew as you're pointing towards the bow and talking about Rusty and talking about this guy and what has to happen here. And they all they heard the doc talk about it, and again, he's established that he's been doing things. They see you, pistol still hot, having just shot the thing that did it to this guy. They all kind of just take a bit of a step back and kind of nod like, all right, we'll leave them to their business.
Matt,
Yes.
the Intimidate button did not light up for toggling flag status. Should I
Right click it.
that on?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I haven't been watching. I'm not sure what other things I might have done.
I think technically, if you have bonus dice or luck on a roll, it doesn't count for success. I'm going to count this as a success because of the context of the situation and the gravity of what was going on.
That makes sense because, yeah.
So yeah, your plan, Doc, is to try and do superficial work, take away skin and subcutaneous fat as far down as you can get without actually getting to interior spaces, and just excise what you can.
I'm going to keep cutting until either I've gotten all visible rust out or I get to a point where I know the next cut is going to be, this is surgery now.
All right.
Everyone
this
knows
point-
the first cut is the deepest.
At this point, as Katie said, you've dealt with this enough that you don't have to roll for this. You're cutting away. You've got a scalpel in your bag. You're making a decision. You're cutting things away. You're not quite scraping is a very unpleasant term for it, but you're kind of trying to take it away in layers. This poor guy eventually also passes out, but you continue to work. You manage to get down to essentially the abdominal wall, and you don't see any more rust. You haven't gone as far, comparatively speaking, as you have with other amputations. So you can't be sure. You don't see any rust, but your next cut is going to go through the abdominal wall.
Done. Perfect.
I mean, I haven't gone as far as the rest of them. Is my medical confidence like, yep, sew them up, we're good to go here, guys? Or like...
It's going to be a judgment call. You simply don't know. You don't see any more rust.
And also, theoretically, if this spell works, Denny, at least, is hoping that everything's just going to be fine. So, at that point, he has had a bad motorcycle injury and is also fine.
But if you guys got rust yesterday in your lungs, and it was the same, it may be a completely separate, but also...
It's plot sensitive. Don't even say it.
Okay.
Denny's fine. It's okay.
All right. So he's good to go, guys. Yay! Good job, doctor.
Yep. And what it comes down to is you just have no way of knowing.
Yeah.
You've gotten all the rust you can see out. You're confident that there isn't enough left here, at least, to be visible to the naked eye. But at the same time, you knew what gave you confidence for the figure in the arm, and this is not as far away from the infection site as you were in those two cases. You simply don't know.
Gotcha.
And I don't think there's any way for the doctor to know. Sure. There's just not enough data to go on to derive that at this point.
Sure. Yep. So the doctor will, try to bandage him up as best possible and sit him in a fashion where he's in a good healing position for when he gets back up. He's not going to jolt up and open everything back up.
Sure.
And then look at the rest of the crew and say, "Don't fucking go down there anymore," and then go back to Adele.
Fair enough. The crew seem to take this to heart. At least the ones who are standing here, like, yeah, man, gentle, like, yeah, we're not going to do that. A couple of them do stay for when this man wakes up. You stitch and pack and bandage the wound as well as you can. You seem to have done a pretty good job there. You're good at what you do. Best that's going to happen on the deck of this ship, at least. You're pretty sure.
And then also, Denny will look at the 2 or 3 people that he had spoken to when he dropped off the arm. Look at them like, right? The rust? Okay.
Oh, right. The rust monster.
So, unless there's anything else you want to do, the time has come. If anybody else you want to talk to, anything else you want to try, let me know. But if not...
The only thing that I want to know is, has that man rusted any further that I stitched up after a few hours?
So you've got about 2 hours to play with here. You don't see any progression in those 2 hours, at least.
Cool. Let's do it. I'm ready.
So, Adele.
Yes.
There are a few things you know to be true. You need 6 people total in the circle. You're 1. You're leading the ritual. You have to be in the circle. You need 5 people with you. They don't have to participate very much. As long as they can follow simple instructions, they'll be fine. But you need them to be there, present, and following along with the words you say to build the power of the ritual.
Okay.
You don't know for sure what kind of demands on their psyches, willpowers, or souls this ritual will call for. This is magic. You've read about stuff like this, about powerful rituals. You've never seen one performed. The closest you've come was the seance you did, and that clearly went off the rails, was hijacked by some other powers. That you don't think is a terribly good example.
That wasn't my fault.
So you don't know. You don't know what might be involved in any of that. You also know that anybody who's in the circle with you needs to stay focused on the ritual. That's all they'll be able to do. And based on the journal you found, the evidence, and your experiences, you don't expect that you will be unmolested for the duration of this ritual by whatever it is that's causing all that. Well, you know what I'm saying. By Thalek, by way of probably Avatar. Or avatars. So you need to decide who you want in the circle with you, who you want outside the circle, who you want nearby, because you suspect that you're going to need assistance in completing it, if for no other reason than to keep Thalek from directly just grabbing you and stopping it.
All right. So, how many of you want to be in the circle, and how many of you want to be on guard duty?
I know what Denny wants.
Well, I mean, we all need to be in the circle.
Well, do we?
No, there's plenty of crewmen.
Who are going to be steadfast and
Ooga booga chance.
We'll have the captain pick the best.
You've got the captain himself. You've got presumably the Doc Aarons. You've got yourself. You just need 2 more.
3 more total. 6 people total.
Oh.
1. 5. Adele plus 5.
Yeah. There's a couple of dudes standing over there with beautiful red shirts on. Do they want to come into the circle with me?
Hey, Gilreath, he seems pretty useful down in the other ship.
We can have the captain pick the guys that he believes are going to be the bravest, so you guys can be on rest monster duty, unless you want to put the crew on that.
I'm also not like particularly adept at combat. I got lucky with the shotgun a few times. I don't mind being in the circle.
I was going to say, Denny can talk to a couple of those guys that he talked to about, make sure you tell people about Rust. Hopefully he'll have a little more of an interaction with them.
Maybe the guy that was trying to pull the other guy out.
Right, but trying to tell them, like, hey, so we're doing this thing. I need you to keep our thing running, and you got to deal with whatever shows up while we're trying to exercise.
Okay, we got to think, are we going to be better, like, we're a little more badass, are we better fighting and having the extras in the circle?
I don't know.
We also don't need the extras outside to turn tail and run, because then it leaves everyone in the circle vulnerable.
I feel like a couple of us need to be in the circle and a couple of us need to be on guard duty. So, what we think?
You're better at fighting than I am, Lois. So
Denny and Lois outside fighting while you guys are in the circle with some of the crewmen.
yeah, I think we got myself, Adele, the captain, the doctor. That leaves 2 more.
Gilreath?
Yep.
And Gilreath. So we got 1 more.
1 more.
He's seen some shit, so he'd probably be maybe
The chaplain's a no.
For sure.
Yeah, the chaplain will not participate in the circle.
Will he fight rust monsters?
Oh, he's about.
Right.
Will he is not the question.
Can Denny ask one of those guys that he's over the last 2 random events been able to interact with?
Sure.
And the first officer was talking to us about shooting stars and seeing all sorts of crap happening on the sea. I mean, he might be a believer. So was that Sullivan?
Does anyone have a copy of Weird Magazine? Weird Tales?
Yeah, you can pick somebody like the first officer. You can talk to the guys you were just standing next to. I'll say you could convince It'd be easy to convince the two guys you were just standing next to. They saw you shoot the thing. If you ask them to stand and help defend with you, they'll agree. The first officer, you'd have to go talk to. But obviously, well, not necessarily obviously. Presumably, he didn't become first officer by tripping and falling out of the ship. So he probably has some kind of history, and the sea is not a particularly safe or rational place at times. So maybe just time at sea makes a difference.
Any ex-military in here? We want them.
You can ask around. You can scare up a couple people who admit to being in the Navy.
So that's like on one end we're gathering a defensive force, and then are we looking for the first mate to be the first officer to be in the circle with us as the last person?
Maybe.
We need like the most steadfast people in this circle because they cannot break the circle.
You just look over, there's an old guy like this, like that's definitely the guy.
Asking him and the captain, Gilreed, and the Dr. Aarons, like we should need to gather them and be like, will you be a part of this? They need to be 100% in.
Or we all die.
Right.
And if not, they need to tell us who might be. And then
Captain.
everyone join Denny and Lois in the defensive force.
Captain will look at you. Aye. But you can't have both me and Sullivan. One or the other.
Because we're going somewhere right now, or what?
Even if it works, if it costs all our lives, I need someone to run the ship.
And say,
Where?
if it doesn't work,
Somebody has to be in charge, no matter what happens. If it all goes to shit and fails, somebody has to be in charge of attempting to fight this thing off. Somebody has to be in charge. Me or Sullivan left behind. I can recommend Mr. Beasley, my second officer. He's a good man.
If
Been
we
with me
don't
for more than 10
succeed,
years.
there will be no one left alive.
If we don't succeed, you'll want someone willing to scuttle the ship.
so it's not here to tell
I
us
read the
anything.
log. You want someone who will stop it from fixing those engines, taking her back to port.
Mr. Beasley, you're promoted. Here's your dynamite to blow yourself up in the basement with. Like, sorry.
Yeah, Beasley can be in charge if both you and Sullivan can be in the circle.
Somebody give me a persuade. Doesn't matter who. Well, somebody who's talking to him.
I'm
I don't
pretty
know who's
sure.
all there, but you can pick. Not Adele. Adele is focused on the circle. You cannot help persuade.
Who's everyone says? I suck at it. Anyone else not
So are
suck
we
at
persuading or intimidating?
Your choice.
it?
All right. I'm going to try and bully him.
You can have Beasley in the circle and me or Sullivan.
Beasley and the
You
captain.
are the only two I trust completely to send her to the bottom if we fail.
That's
I
good.
vote Beasley and the captain in the circle.
Fair enough. The captain kind of walks away this rolling sea gate to go find Sullivan and discuss what's going on. You can see them having a bit of an argument. But the captain comes back with a nod. I'm at your service. You tell me what to do, miss, and I'll do it to the best of my ability. But I hope you're not counting on some sort of wizardry or magic.
I have the magic covered. You just need to be steadfast.
Steadfast I can be.
Kind of 100% gambling on wizardry.
So you've got the circle. You've at least got a few people recruited to stand with you, defending. We'll say you've got about an hour left.
When recruiting the soldiers, we meant to say, oh, Rust Monster, we meant rum monster.
So who's in the circle? So Adele in the dock, Captain Beasley, Gilreath.
And Doc Aarons.
Okay.
And DVD is in the circle solely because that even though all this crap is hocus pocus, he believes in you guys now that we've been a few trials and tribulations. He believes whatever it is, you guys have full confidence in. So he's in it because of that, not because he believes that it'll work. Or that it's magic.
Well, it
All
can
right.
work and not be magic. That's fine.
Yeah, so let's have Lois or Denny or the Doc, actually, 'cause you're not in the circle yet. Just give me an intimidate, persuade, or even a psychology roll. One of the three of you.
Okay.
I got intimidate.
What's your intimidate?
52.
I've got 60 psych.
Do it.
Nice. All right, so you've got the two guys that were by the hatch with Denny. They're signed on. You've got two other people that admitted to having naval service. They're signed on, and with that roll, you will have three other people who also have firearms that will join you in the defense of the circle. These are the people you think you can count on. The rest of the crews around, presumably as you said, they'll be fighting a rust monster. But you are less confident that they will hold their ground and defend this spot as compared to just trying to keep themselves alive. These are the people that you're fairly confident will be here. You got your circle set, you got your defender set, and it is time to go.
Hold on, I gotta grab a beer.
Grab a beer.
Emergency beer.
I'm getting some emergency Moscato.
So do
April.
April.
Made of apes.
It's for apes. Matt, have you
Although
ever
the
had
Latin root is
April?
ape for bees. It's
I have not.
as a mixer, it's a good mixer.
It's pretty amazing.
Put it with bourbons and
Brandy,
brandies, anything brown.
brandy and beer.
Actually, could get some. It's over there.
That you would beer.
No, I don't want beer. I want to put the ape juice in here.
April.
What's that?
April.
What is it?
Kind of like a bitters, but not quite as bitter. A little citrusy,
Is it a
floral. I
liqueur?
think it's a what?
A liqueur?
It's like a bitters liqueur. It's Italian. It's what's it called?
It's made out of apes.
It's an aperitif.
What is it made of?
What was the ingredient? It was something weird. Root. I think the main ingredient is rhubarb.
Oh, interesting.
But it's an old-fashioned. There's all sorts of like Italian aperitif bitters that are sweet bitters that you can drink them as digestifs, but they're really good.
Digestifs. Yeah, I've seen it as an ingredient in a lot of neat cocktails, but I don't know it. I've never had it on its own. I didn't know what it actually was.
I like to put it with bourbon or brandy. Brandy if you want something sweet, because it's already kind of sweet, but it's good. Such a pretty trouble.
All right. Few minutes.
have Moscato.
All right. So step 1, Adele.
Yes.
I need you to make an occult roll for me.
Yes.
See how well you understand this ritual.
Pretty good.
Nice.
All right. So you will be making required power rolls through this ritual with 1 bonus die.
Nice.
The people you have selected to be in the circle with you are reducing the scale of the opposing stacks. It's going to be opposed rolls against essentially the power of Thalek. But it's being reduced by the power of the people in the circle with you, changing the odds, obviously. The outside of the circle is going to be more entertaining. We're not going to run this as totally normal combat. We'll have the 2 of you treat combat with any avatars that approach you essentially as normal. I'll be running the rest of them based on single die rolls, based on sort of their genericized stats. I don't have a full stat block for literally everyone on the ship, but just a baseline kind of sailor block. So we'll see how they hold up. I'll let you know what's going on over there, but you won't have to worry about that until and unless they start fleeing or dying or whatever else, and you don't have to cover more. But for the time being, you get to focus on a fairly narrow area in front of you. You can split up and cover 2 if you want. That's up to you.
One thing I wanted just to prepare was to find something other than my little switchblade knife to use, preferably something like a baseball bat, something
Sure.
wooden
Absolutely.
and somewhat long that hockey stick, right?
Adele can give you her baton.
It's plenty easy enough. Everything from belaying pins to you can find a couple nightsticks, just a full-on truncheon. Much longer than that is tough. Everything here is pretty much aimed at fighting on board where reach isn't a big deal. So it's harder to find something that's like, 3-4 feet long.
Maybe there's a crate full of sporting equipment in the hold.
You can look.
Check and see.
Sure, and you can check the hold and see if you can find something. Just do a straight up luck. Or you can spend 10 luck and find something useful in your pack. You have dynamite, but that was yesterday.
Right. I don't got a lot of luck to spend, and I might need it as we're coming, so I'll just roll luck, see if I found anything in the last couple of hours.
Sure.
Searching around in the ship. Or not. Oh well, I guess
That's
it's...
you find it's something like nightstick sized.
Okay.
Denny is going to investigate what the back end of the ship, because we're doing all of this in the back half.
Yeah.
So you had said there were cranes. There's a crane.
Yep.
Denny's going to evaluate whether or not there may be some utility in attempting to use the probably, are they cables? Are they ropes?
They'd be ropes.
Okay.
But I mean, like, ship rope.
Yeah. Big hemp. Yeah.
Yep.
So, Denny's going to be talking with some of his new best friend dudes about what these things are, like what the avatar is, how it moved, what it did, how it may, if it's on the wood, it may not be connected to anything, and we may try to get it hooked on one of these ropes. If we could dump it in the ocean, that would be great. I don't know if it would be gone, but we may be able to put it overboard, and then it would take a while to try to grow back, because apparently you go to the ship. So we're going to sort of talk about that so that they understand that could be part of the plan.
So you talk with a couple of them, and it happens that it's easy enough for them to find a couple of people on the crew who can operate the cranes. Like, we can find somebody who can use the cranes. It's all manual. Engines down. We got no steam power on them, but we can still winch them around manual-like. If you can give us some kind of direction, we'll do our best.
Let's try and get it hanging kind of over the area that we're going to be stationed at, just so that we've got an extra thing that we can do something with, maybe.
Sure. That's easy enough. They can take one of the. There's a pair of cranes. They can take one of them, swing it around so the line is hanging pretty much wherever you want. It's just big old line up to a block and tackle with a big iron hook on the end of it, just kind of hanging there. You can have that easily in reach, and you can shout orders, and they'll be able to maneuver it some. But it is all manual winching it around, so it's not. They're not going to be swinging it like a baseball bat.
Right. But if we get that thing hooked, they'll be able to pull them up in the air.
Absolutely.
All right.
Good plan.
All right. The sun sets.
It's go time.
It's go time. Let me top this up. You are not bad at all, actually. All right. I don't have it in here as a stat I can roll, but I'll tell you with everybody in the circle right now, the opposing power is at 90.
Okay.
So I'll roll the percentile dice so you can see when you're making your power rolls, you'll be able to see their roll. You have to judge the success based on 90, half, and whatnot. It does not get a bonus die. You do, based on your understanding of the occult. And it's just racing, trying to get ahead of the other person's successes by 3. You need to pull ahead by 3 successes, be that 3-0 or 13-10. You need to pull ahead by that amount before dawn. I'll be keeping track of time. If you haven't succeeded by dawn, the ritual will have failed.
Okay.
Meanwhile, you guys are just playing defense and hoping. Time's going to be a little timey-wimey, loosey-goosey, because I'm not going to put you through, 14 hours of combat in combat rounds. That's obviously ridiculous. So we're going to abstract a little bit, and things are going to be spaced out to make this sort of work. But that's how this breaks down. The ritual begins, and we're going to roll our first just opposed power roll. So Adele, you roll power with a bonus die.
Okay.
And I will roll power without a bonus die. Rolling against 90, you're rolling against 75. Both hard successes. You remain tied after round 1. The sun is setting. It's getting harder to see through the fog. You've got all the men out here with as many lanterns hung, kerosene lamps, flashlights, personal lanterns, trying to illuminate the area as much as possible. But as it gets darker and the fog is closing in, it's not that easy to see. You can make out lights on the far side of the circle, so you can tell where people are moving that way. But beyond that, you're just seeing shapes, not any real detail. But for a little while at least, you don't hear anything untoward as Adele leads the group in chanting the ritual that you found. in the notes in Elias's collection. Be time for the next opposed power roll.
Oh, money.
Dang it.
Another tie. You're
Bullshit.
chanting,
This is bullshit.
and you
They're
can.
good rolls.
They are.
Oh.
You can feel the power sort of building. A tension in the air. Almost like the static electricity before a storm. You can feel your hair lifting off your head a little bit. It's not a power like you felt before. This is foreign, but at the same time, you feel comfortable manipulating it. Everyone outside the circle is starting to get a little nervy. It's dark, it's hard to see. Nothing else seems to be happening. They're all kind of primed and on edge, ready for something to come and attack. But so far, nothing. Time for our next power roll.
Nice.
Nice.
Come on. Yes.
Nice. You pull ahead by 1.
Those 2 10s.
You feel a surge of power flow through you. Doctor, you feel the same thing. It's much stranger to you. You don't know what to compare it to. It's a little like an electrical field. It's a little like a deep humming sound, but not something you hear. It's a very strange sensation, but you can tangibly feel something in the air around you. The circle around your feet begins to glow a little bit. And for a moment, Adele, as you're pushing against this will that's opposing yours, you feel it flinch back and retreat, and you've gained ground.
That's right, bitch.
You outside the circle begin to hear boom,
No.
boom, boom. Everybody starts looking around. They can hear it, but it's not terribly clear where it's coming from. Are you on the starboard or port side of the ship, Lois, Denny?
I don't know.
I'm on port.
All right.
I'll be on starboard.
All right. So Lois, you hear a different thudding sound. You hear a thud and a ka-chunk and a bit of a rattle.
Ooh. What does it have?
And you look over to the side and you see the hatch that Denny threw the bolt on. Boom, 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 against the bolt. So far, the hatch isn't opening.
Ooh.
Denny, on your side, no one bolted this hatch.
Oh.
You see it bang open, and 2 orange lights begin rising up out of the darkness below. That'll be that for right now. We will get to the next power roll before we are really into where the combat's going.
Oh my god. Unbelievable. Nice.
Magicking so hard right now.
Nice. Oh,
That was like an atomic success, Matt.
it is. All right, so yeah, you're up by 2. I was looking. That's still less than half, so that's still a hard success. That was harder for me to add up in my head than numbers lower than 3 should be. But yeah, so you are ahead by 2 at this point. And again, you feel the power surge through you. Surge! The circle is glowing, and at this point, there's a warmth radiating from it, and it's pushing the fog back around the outside, such that the people defending it have a clearer view of the world around them, and the fog is retreating over the sides of the ship. Lois and Denny, you both have a much clearer eye line on what's going on now. Lois, you can see the hatch jump again. Denny, you see the Avatar come up the stairs from below decks and begin approaching, but you get to go first.
I just realized, would I have gotten the rest of my... I mean, I don't have a ton of equipment, but...
Yeah, anything you brought on the ship you can have with you now, because you had plenty of time to gear up for this.
I made a point of not carrying around a 30-06 this whole time, because that would have been ridiculous, but I think getting everything ready, I should have gotten that.
Absolutely. And Denny would absolutely have thought of it. You have the rifle. Absolutely.
So I'll take a rifle shot at the thing coming out of the hatch.
Go for it.
Ugh.
Unfortunately not. You level the rifle, draw a bead, and pull the trigger, and you hear the crack and you see the muzzle flash. And you feel like you should have hit something, but maybe it was just a glancing blow, maybe it missed by a little bit. It looms up out of the hatchway and you hear a foot boom onto the deck, seemingly unaffected by your shot.
So it doesn't appear to be attached to the deck at all?
Not currently, no.
Okay.
What that means? But yeah, the foot that came up is just thumping onto the deck just in front of you. It doesn't, when it comes up, it doesn't have any kind of attachment to anything.
Okay.
Lois, on your side, the bolt finally gives way and you see the hatch slam open and you see the pair of glowing eyes begin to rise up out of the hatch. As that happens, behind you, towards the bow of the ship, you hear a crack, 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 as several people apparently open fire on something. You glance over your shoulder. You can see one, no, two pairs of lights in that direction, but you need to keep your focus here or you're going to get caught by surprise. You don't have time to really see what's happening back there, but apparently more are approaching. Denny, on your side, you need to decide to fight back or dodge as this thing takes a swing at you.
I guess, would I be able to fire the rifle again if I fight back?
For the fight back? Yep.
Okay, that's what I'll try and do then.
All right. Roll your fight. Rifle. Nice.
Very nice.
So it just swings. You don't see any tendrils or anything of the sort at this point. It just lumbers up and is just swinging around with the corded metallic arm that's got a lump on the end that looks sort of fist-like but without digits. It's just a lumpen hunk of rusted metal that swings through the air. You take a step back and just crack as it's trying to swing, and this time you see the impact. The bullet plows into it, punches a hole clear through it. You can see the aft of the ship through a hole. It starts out small, but a huge burst of rust out the back. You can see scattered bits come clattering the deck behind as it stops and rocks back before lumbering forward again. Lois, on your side, it has now made it. It's making it up out of the hatch. It's up to you if you want to approach before it gets out of the hatch or wait for it to be on deck. I should have given you this option before. It's your call.
I'm gonna go beat it down, I guess.
All right. So while it's still clambering up out, you come up and try and take a swing at it. Roll your brawl.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. So you rush forward.
Whack-a-Russ monster.
Comic success. Kick
You
them
rush forward,
apart.
it's pulling itself up. It's got its lumping fists on the deck, and it's coming up out. It's almost more like it's hauling itself out from underground, from below decks, than it is climbing the ladder as it brings itself up. and as its head crests, it gets right about below your head. You just whip that truncheon down directly onto its head, right between the eyes. And you feel it all the way up your arm, like hitting something too hard with aluminum bat. You get that stinger all the way back up your arm as it slams into this solid metal. But at the same time, the impact, you can see both eyes, like cracks form across whatever it is that makes them. You can see the cracks highlighted by the light from behind. The thing staggers back, its hands come off the deck, and it slides back down to below deck. So you can still see it down there looking up at you, but it is now down at the bottom of the ladder, its cracked eyes just staring up, looking directly at you.
I want to try to close the lid if I can.
Nice.
All right. It's easy enough to throw the hatch over. The bolt itself is broken. You want to try and seal this, you're going to have to find some other way to stick something through the hatch. The brackets for the bolt are still there, but the board that just was holding it shut just sheared off as it punched through. So you have to find something to run through there.
All right, I've got at least my basic tools with me. Would like a screwdriver work?
It can't hurt. I mean, it's certainly worth a shot. We can say you do that that won't take any more turns. You've got it on you. You just jam a screwdriver, or I think you have a crowbar with you too, honestly, if I recall correctly. Fit a crowbar through there. That feels pretty solid.
All right. I mean, it can rust, but buy us a little time, please.
You feel like you bought some time. You were able to take the time to turn around and look and see what's happening forward of you, and you can hear more gunfire. And with the fog pushed back, you can see there are two avatars that are making their way towards the circle, but the men are holding them off. You can see bullets impacting and pieces of rust flying off. One of them goes down to one knee, and its hand pounds into the deck and appears held at a standstill. The other one continues to lumber forward as it's peppered with rounds and holes appear in its body, until finally it staggers and just collapses into a pile of rust on the deck. And this pile, you can see, just stays there on the deck. It's just a pile of rust. It'll bring us back to
game. Keep it up.
power roll.
The one. Very nice.
Can I still beat it?
We'll see. Nah.
You didn't. Now, this is the first one you've actually lost. At this point, Doctor, you can attempt to make a power roll to make up the difference. There may be consequences if you fail.
When you say make up the difference,
You just have to succeed.
I just have to succeed.
Just have to succeed.
Is it a regular one without an extra die?
Yep, this is just a straight power roll. You don't have the benefit of the occult understanding of what's going on here. You don't even believe in it, but you believe in your crew, and you feel like you can feel the energy push back and Adele rock back a little bit, and you feel like you can try and will a better result here.
I mean, my other option is just to do nothing and it gets 1 and we have 2 and we...
Or think of something. I mean, open to all suggestions. This is just the one I can tell you is on the table. You are welcome to think of and try anything you'd like. You do have to keep maintaining the chant, so you have to bear that in mind. You can't leave the circle and you can't stop chanting.
Yeah.
But you've got all your stuff.
Ooh, good
You've
job.
got your brain, whatever else you can come up with.
I mean, I think it's going to boil down to a power roll, but the doctor is... I mean, it's not believing is one thing, but like seeing what we've seen and feeling what we're feeling, I'm boiling this down to electromagneticism and things that I know versus things that I'm feeling. But yeah, I got a 60% chance of failure here, or a 59% chance. So let's and if we pass this, we get the PowerPoint and we move forward with 3.
No, if you pass this, you don't lose any ground.
Oh, gotcha.
This will push you back to even.
We're just trying to hold on.
Yep. Adele, driving the ritual, is the only one who can push you forward, but you can help defend.
Perfect. Okay. Let's give her a go.
Nice.
There we go.
Nice.
So Adele, you feel the doctor to your side. You can kind of see him out of the corner of your eye, look at you, and a look of almost consternation but resolve on his face as you can see the thoughts like, this isn't magic, but
magic bullshit.
there's something going on here. And you can see
magic.
the moment where he decides to commit to it. He doesn't have to understand what it is. He knows it's scientific at its heart. He doesn't need to understand it as long as he knows that, and he just throws himself at it. And where you were being pushed back and you felt the energy kind of hitting you, almost physically hurting you, that pressure is relieved. It falls back, and you find yourself back in control of the circle. That continues to glow, and the fog continues to be held back. Denny, it is your turn. You've got the avatar in front of you. He's got a big hole blown through him. He was staggered back a second, but he's still there, coming back towards you on deck. It is up to you what you wish to do.
Right. So he's still made of metal. I'm not karate kicking him off the deck or anything. So
I mean, well, what's your build?
2.
Yeah, no, you can't.
Yeah. So I size him up. Clearly he's not somebody I can wrestle with, so I'll hit him with the rifle again. Hopefully.
All right. Unfortunately not. You let off another round, and even though you can see clearly, it's surprisingly hard to draw a bead on this thing. Maybe it's the color, maybe it's the way it's moving. You look at it and it's not quite static. It's like the cords, the strings, the cables that are almost like muscle but not quite, that are made of just rust, are moving around it or sliding up and down through its body. It's not quite fixed in form. And that apparently is just enough distraction that you're not getting the bead you're trying to. You're trying to just drill one through its eye, because that worked really well last time, but you can't quite get it to land.
I'm also trying to get some space between me and it, so walking backwards while doing it probably not.
Okay, so yes, you've gotten some space. All right, yes. Its move is yours is. All right, yes. So it tries to lumber in your direction. It can't get as close to you as it was before. Instead of a fist, you see it shove an arm out and try and hit you with one of those tendrils. I need you to decide, dodge or fight back.
Fight back.
All right.
Show me what's what.
Punch that rust monster right in his rusty face.
I will shoot him in his face if I can get away with it.
Nope.
Or not.
Unfortunately, no. You do not hit it. And as you're trying to, that tendril manages to wrap itself around your arm. You can feel it bite in. I need you to make a power roll. Power!
Oh.
It doesn't do any damage, as the tendril just dissolves off of you and rusts down to the deck. But roll a d5. Your left thumb has rust forming at the tip.
I'm not even looking. It's fine. Whatever.
Yeah, you may or may not even notice it. I mean, you feel it bite into you, though you don't take any damage.
Probably
over
fine.
to Lois. Well, you can just do that. You see the thud against the door. It's going to be opposed by the hatch and crowbar. Oh, nice. Yeah, you see the hatch on your side up, but the crowbar seems to be holding. The hatch doesn't open. Back into the circle. Adele, time for a power roll.
Nice.
What?
This guy's going crazy.
Again, DVD, you can attempt to chip in and push this back to even.
I mean, I feel like this is pushing our luck. You said there's consequences for a fail.
I will clarify. You will not make the situation for the fundamental contest worse. You may incur personal consequences
Oh,
for failure.
let's run it then. Yeah, there we are.
Oh, that was gonna be.
Now we see how many other fingers you have lost.
So you take 5 points of damage as you try and direct this energy that you don't fully understand, but you can't quite wrangle it with your mind, and suddenly it feels like you're being electrocuted and something's just jolting through you. You can feel it burning. Right, so we'll get back over to Denny. You've got the avatar at a little distance. It can't reach you with a hand.
So I'll shoot it again. This is 5th shot. I don't remember how much a 30-6 has magazine, but
Put it on.
5 is the minimum. So
Yep, magazine's 5.
All right. So we'll take one more shot.
Nice. You blow another hole clean through it, and it goes down to one pseudo knee, and you can see it pushing at the deck. In a flash of insight, you gather it's trying to pull rust from somewhere to reconstitute itself, but it's on a wooden deck, and it can't find anything close enough. And as it sits there with its fist down, it kind of looks up at you, and you can see rust beginning to sift off of it. Doesn't 97? Jesus. It freezes in place for a long moment, looking at you, and then just cascades down in a flow of rust that lands on the deck and just sits there in a pile. Lois, on your side, the deck, and this is it.
Nice.
Not even close. That hatch is holding solid. You look back, the two that were approaching from the bow appear to be, or the one is already gone. The other one appears to be stopped, down on both hands and knees as you're looking at it. It hasn't quite dissolved to rust, but you can see it just holding still and little trickles of rust falling off it, puddling on the deck. Will bring us to our next power roll for Adele.
Hey, so far MVP here is Hatch. Go.
Hatch rolled well. That
Hatch.
was a 15 on that last one.
Oh.
Oh, this is the one right here.
Here
Nice.
we go.
Get out of here.
Come on.
Matt, go to hell. I hate you. What?
Well, now here's the thing.
Listen.
So I'll tell you what, because I didn't make it clear before. Technically, since you've already seen this roll, it's a little on the cheap side. But these rolls are amenable to luck.
Oh, so if I buy. But
What,
I.
12 luck puts you at atomic success.
Yep.
But I'm beating. Okay, so I'm beating 75 or 90?
You're beating 75. It's beating 90.
Because my atomic success is 15 and I got 13.
Yep.
Thanks.
Right. You did. But 15 is also less than a fifth of 90. 13 is a fifth of 75. So a 15 is an extreme success for it.
So it's proportional.
Right.
So what do I have to do to
1/5 of 90.
buy more of an extreme success?
Has to be
What's that?
13.
A
Yeah.
1.
Just one luck?
No, a
Yes.
1
No.
is what you need.
Well, to get to a 1. So
Right.
just-
You'd have to roll a 1.
Oh, a 1. Oh, God.
But you are, I mean, that's why I tell you, this is amenable to luck.
How many wins do we need until we succeed
One more.
in ritual? This is it?
Yeah.
You can spend 12
Oh, then I'll
luck.
spend 12 luck.
That's why I'm saying, because I feel like if I had said that at the outset, you may have wanted to turn the 13 into a critical success
Yes.
if you hadn't seen their roll.
Yes, I will buy 12 luck.
So that, since that is my oversight, not making that clear at the beginning, I'll let it slide here. Technically, you shouldn't be able to do that after you see the opposed roll, but
Right. No, I didn't know, but I did.
I feel like you would have.
Right.
If
Oh,
you
this
had
is
identified you need one more success and 12 luck will get you a critical.
yes.
You
If this is
probably would
all
have
I
done it,
need
so.
to end this ritual, yes, I will spend that luck. Thank you. I'll take a receipt for taxes.
Plus, the earlier we end that, the sooner Denny can maybe get his finger looked at.
and lungs.
Yeah, so this battle of wills continues as you try and focus the power of this ritual. All 6 of you chanting the same words. You're now just in perfect unison. The syllables repeating over and over again. They didn't mean anything to begin with. They're an ancient Sumerian. But at this point, they mean even less. They're not even syllables. They're just like a part of reality. That song that's been playing for your entire life. That's just the way the world is. You feel the energy flowing through you and around the circle. The circle is glowing. You can feel the dark, pulsing heart of this thing that's been causing all this death and decay. And you manage to focus your will, and for just one clean moment of pure concentration, you focus down. You can almost see this circle of light collapse and begin crushing in on what you are now envisioning as a pulsing just globule of black somewhere in some ethereal space. You can strain it tighter and tighter, squeezing this sphere of light smaller and smaller until eventually the resistance finally gives, and boom! The energy that you've been focusing escapes, just woof, out all around you. Everybody can feel a wind blasting from the center of this circle. The rust that's collected on this deck swirls out over the ocean. The remaining fog on the outside is just blown clean away for 100 yards on every side of the ship, until finally calm. And you see that now literally physically in front of you, a sort of amorphous black shape hovering above the deck with a halo of light sort of around it. It begins to rise. It's faster and faster, rising on a column of light that is lifting it up into the heavens until it's going faster than the eye can follow and farther than the eye can see, out into the beyond somewhere. The remaining rust avatar finally just collapses to dust completely behind you. The hatch is no longer making any sound. The fog has blown away. And it is a clear, starry night in the North Atlantic, with 2 ships creaking gently side by side.
Oh, I hate the stars.
How's your finger, Denny?
As you're standing, you hear it boom, 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 as the running lights on this ship turn on.
Let's go. The doctor being
Boat is clean.
Yeah, like that medium from Poltergeist. It's clean.
the doctor
Adele
just
looks
goes,
like shit though, man.
what the hell was that? And looks over at Adele.
Yeah, no.
It's usually very nice. It's like streaking down her face. She's like totally like flushed and looks a little green. Everything's great.
Denny will give a hoot
And
Also good.
salute.
and stop reloading his rifle.
Excellent.
How's your finger, Denny?
So Denny will turn to everyone else and say, "Is everybody okay? Is anybody hurt?" And then he'll sling his rifle and start to check himself.
You sling your rifle and look down. Your thumb is still rusty at the end. But rather than go through a whole rigmarole given the time, I will say it is no longer progressing. Without the spell here, the corrosion can't progress. But to be cured of it, you had to be in the circle channeling the energy that cleansed it.
So now I just have a brown thumb.
Yep.
All
You've
right.
got a rusty tipped thumb. It has no mechanical effect, but it is a cosmetic thing to be aware of.
But
Story.
what about the rusted lungs? Or is that
That wasn't ever a thing.
okay?
Lungs are all fine. This was not an inhalant threat.
Cool.
I mean, I didn't mind you believing it was.
Sweating bullets over here.
Do you have a preference on which thumb?
You said left.
You said left.
Rusty left thumb.
Unless
Done.
unless your character is left-handed, in which case it's right, because again, it was going to be your forward hand.
Okay.
Which means that if somebody was rusted to the point of like half their body's rusted, that's just them now.
Yep. If half their body's rusted, they're probably dead.
Yeah.
There's a point at which, so the stages of this, because you are very likely to run across this again, stage 0 is essentially that tip of the finger. Like, there's no mechanical effects, nothing's happened, this is fine. If it's arrested here, nothing's wrong. Stage 1 is needing to lose a digit to fix it, and it's progressing. Stage 2 is what you saw in that one sailor, it's up the arm. Stage 3, it's begun to attack your internal organs. You cannot fix it at stage 3 with any kind of amputation. That's it. It can be cured by being in the circle and banishing Pathalek, and it will be arrested there, but at that point it starts having mechanical effects. I forget what they all were. It's not great, though, if we're honest.
Rusty liver and rusty
So
kidney.
even if you were in the circle and it was completely cured and you no longer rusted, it's still going to have lasting effects on your organs.
No. If it was cured, you were back 100%
okay.
to 100% normal.
Gotcha.
Where did that go? It's all written down.
Put you on a
somewhere.
Rust-Oleum drip to treat it. Not covered by Medicaid. Super expensive.
Yeah, they cured my rust, but now I've got cancer.
Get the Lightning McQueen Rusties. Is that what that was?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But oh man, Denny can go into any bar and get people to buy him drinks with the rusty thumb story.
Oh yeah, so at stage 2, when it's the arm, you got a penalty die on any dex roll, and you can't use anything that requires 2 hands. If it were a leg that got to stage 2, you'd have -2 to your move and a penalty die on dodge rolls. At stage 3, it's like stage 2, except now you get a penalty die on any constitution rolls and any strength rolls. At stage 4, it's infected your entire body. You aren't dead yet, but your move is 0, your constitution, strength, appearance, and dex are all just set to 10. All your physical skills that were less than 10 or are greater than 10 are set to 10. And your persuade and charm, if they were greater than 10, are set to 10. You are alive, but you're a, sort of animate pile of rust somewhere.
But do you want to be alive?
No, probably not.
So,
And
but
stage 5 is you're just dead.
are you
But
saying
stage 4 is curable in the circle.
Yes. If somebody were to haul you into the circle and perform the ritual and succeed, you would be cured and you'd be back and you'd be perfectly healthy again.
Are you saying that Denny is only 50% more charming than a person at stage 4 rust conversion?
Yep. I didn't make the character, dude. I can't help you. Yeah, and really it was 10 for anything higher because I feel like it's not entirely your appearance. You now have a certain degree of sympathy implied, like you'd be able to wring tears out of people and make it work for you that way. But yeah, past the limb, it starts getting bad. Like, it's no good. Note that you take that penalty die on the Constitution roll at stage 3. It's Constitution rolls you have to make to not progress the disease.
Right.
So
the doctor is concerned with the mold still.
sure. Yeah, how much of this the doctor decides to know? Like, you feel you've got a pretty good handle on the rust, and if you observe Denny for some time, you'll see that it's not progressing. You feel pretty confident that it won't. The mold, you have no additional insight into. Aside from, you were aware from the very outset that this couldn't be entirely natural. It simply did not make sense the way it had happened. So you have good reason to believe that the influence of Phthallic was important there in some way, but you have no more information on it, so the doctor may be as worried or not worried as you choose to make him.
Right.
But you have you saved the Celestine, so you can all take 1d4 sanity
Hey.
back for saving the ship.
Hey, back to some.
1.
Damn, not luck. Well, because you don't need does.
I do want.
And you saved the Arpactic, so you can take an additional 1d6 sanity.
Ooh.
So if we're at
We've been at
max
max
sanity,
sanity.
then we just leave it.
No, yep,
Have luck instead.
no.
Have
No.
luck.
Not how that works. No.
Maybe some intimidate or some persuade points.
So I'll tell you, next session we'll start with doing a progress check for everyone. This will wrap up this. You will be making port in London to begin next, and I'll see how many days are left on the trip. We'll see, I'll look up which book it is you're reading and what you get out of it, because you may have enough time if you dedicate the rest of the voyage to it to finish that study. We'll have to go back and look and remind myself what the book is and what you get for that first level study.
I couldn't find it while skimming my notes, but I can look at Cicely's picture notes because I may have just not written the title down.
Yeah, I'm sure it's there. We'll figure it out.
Weirdly written that it was the DVD reading Africa's Dark Secrets, but maybe it was.
Well, did he pass it off?
Maybe. It was study for 6 weeks, and it was magic. So I feel like that must have been an Adele thing.
I think he started it, figured out that it was.
And then Adele reads it too, shows publisher. 13 copies exist, but I think that's what she was going to read. Okay, so yeah, it was Africa's Dark Secrets.
All right.
Oh yeah. Yep, that was it.
Cool.
I don't know what it gets me though.
Yeah, well, you won't until you get it. You just know that there's something there
Okay.
to be
There you
had.
Africa's Dark Secrets.
At 6 weeks, yeah, you won't have time to finish your study of it on the rest of this voyage, but you'll be a solid. I'll have to check trip times and time over. You'll be at least halfway. You'll have at least 3 weeks in, possibly 4, to look up average voyage times. I forget what the New York-London run is.
Matt, you can
Yeah.
just look it up and we'll believe you. Anything
Yeah,
you want.
It's cooler if it's right. Like the meteor shower that brought Phallic back from orbit is a thing that actually happened in 1913. Because that's more fun for me. The Great Meteor Procession of 1913 featured 3 groups of 3 meteorites moving perfectly horizontally across the sky over the eastern seaboard, northeastern seaboard of the U.S. and Canada, and then disappearing out into the Atlantic.
I mean, that really sounds a lot like alien.
You're not gonna like the day or the time. It's only about 15 days.
Nope, there you go. So yeah, we'll say rest of the time spent on the ship, time spent ahead of time. We'll say you can be at 3 weeks.
Okay.
We'll round up a little bit for you.
So 3 weeks into Africa's dark secrets.
It might be slower because we're bringing this salvage ship with us.
And
There you go.
And depending on where you found the number, if that's a modern ship, that may have been faster, perhaps.
So I get 3.5 weeks. What do I?
Nope, 3 weeks.
I think 3 weeks.
They've integrated AI into Google now, which is interesting. So I've just been using that. It was like, in 1919, the fastest seagoing vessels were like 9.5 days or something. The average merchant vessel was 15 days or something like that.
Yep, that sounds right. Because I recall 9 days being the trip time for a passenger vessel, because they've got a table in the module. They've got a table of trip times between these locations. But I wanted to look up because I knew a freighter was not going to be as fast as a passenger ship.
And
so much appreciated. We'll call it 15 days. That's fine. Right.
Freighter under the power of 1 freighter is less.
That's where the extra time to make it 3 weeks will come from. So it'll be at 3 weeks into 6. And yeah, next time it'll be welcome to London.
Right.
See how that goes.
Next session, are we thinking of going back to Pathfinder, doing our...
Yeah, somewhere in here we'll get back to Pathfinder. I know Katie was at least thinking about running something next week. I don't know if you'll have time. I know you've been manuscripting left and right, so.
Yes. So my plan is to just do a short one-shot for Matt's birthday. So it will be a snack of hijinks.
Ooh, sounds fun.
I like hijinks and snacks.
That's right.
But yeah, then we'll be getting back to Pathfinder and your main characters and seeing where that goes. Now that you have some out-of-character knowledge about things happening in the world around you that your characters don't know anything about, but you know, so that's fun.
Cool.
Sounds awesome.
Hopefully the entire town isn't zombies.
No, most of those rumors are not correct. These are just people saying things. Some of them are, but yeah, that was in there as a it's not like completely untrue, but this is not what happened. Just as a that's not what happened. We were there. That's not how it went.
Right.
Exaggeration.
But yeah, the keys there are to establish that these are happening sort of in parallel in terms of time, and you can't trust everything you hear. It's generally not complete nonsense, but really.
All right. It is 1 o'clock here.
Yeah.
It's super late there. I was tempted to call it before the ritual, but
Oh no.
at 1 hour, yeah, let's do it. It's more exciting.
Yeah,
It's fun.
absolutely.
Good. Good to resolve that.
For sure.
Good job,
Alrighty.
everybody.
All right, everybody. And this is Matt's own original stuff. This is not from a Cthulhu module.
This is good stuff.
Matt's
Yeah,
just
this is
pulled it out of
interrupting
his
your-
brain.
This is when I wasn't certain I was going to know where you were heading before you headed there. I needed to have something to happen on the ship, because I wasn't going to prepare all the other locations at once. If nothing else, just printing and cutting out the evidence to send you. I'm not going to do all that work at one time. That's not going to happen. So I had it ready. I figured, yeah, what the hell? Let's have a little adventure at sea. Sea is creepy, right?
Awesome.
Yes.
Super good.
And it reminds me of that one X-Files episode.
With Krychek? Or different.
Is it a Krychek episode?
Yeah, ultimately it was. It was the Black Ooze. On the... Oh, I almost had the name of the ship. The Rosinante.
Come on, nerd.
It's the Rosinante.
Is that the one with Scully's Somewhere Beyond the Sea playing all the time?
No.
No, that's a different...
That's something else?
That might be
That's
Unruh.
With Worm Tongue. What's his name?
Chucky.
Noble. John Noble.
Mm,
The guy who
No,
does.
Worm Tongue, not Denethor. You said Worm Tongue. Yeah.
Worm Tongue. And Deadwood and
Yeah.
Star Trek
Right.
Voyager. And
Yeah. I do not remember his name. You said Worm Tongue. I thought Denethor. Denethor's played by John Noble.
Okay.
I forget Worm Tongue's actor's name.
that was the Beyond the Sea one. No, though the one where like in Mulder like gradually got it was like salt with the water, and he like their minerals. They were super thirsty, and their minerals were getting replaced by something. And then they woke up. At the end of it, they woke up in a hospital like, oh, you saved him with your science and read your journal, Scully. But it was like a whole like creepy ghost ship the whole time with like creepy something that was taking your water and replacing it with minerals.
That's right.
What was the one where?
It's not the Rosinante. The Rosinante is the Black Ooze and Krychek. Another ship entirely.
Yeah, this one I think is an earlier episode.
What was the one where Scully was back in time and Mulder was in present time, but they were on the same ship?
That was
No, and then they all turn into babies.
I don't think that happened.
That always happens.
The empath turns into a lizard, I think, doesn't she? Wait.
No, that's also a Voyager episode. They turn into salamanders.
They did that again? I was talking about the Next Generation episode where they devolved, like the season 1 episode, and Troy turns into a lizard while the humans are turning into apes.
No, that's like season 7.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
I assumed it was season 1 because it's so crap.
Yeah, it's
I
like
thought you all were joking
No.
about everything.
No, that's Star Trek Next Generation episode.
Oh
Bartley didn't
no.
show up till later.
Oh, my.
Bartley turned into like a spider.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, and broccoli didn't exist in season 1, so
Oh,
Okay.
like a giant gorilla.
yeah, that's the one.
And then
It's so stupid. I assumed it was one of the season 1. We're doing kind of things and figuring out what we're doing here because we don't really know. That's a shame. I just lost a bunch of respect for that episode. And I didn't have much to begin with because it's terrible. Deanna Troi, like on the edge of her hot tub or whatever, like, like, oh my god. It's really bad.
there it is. Oh, it was a rust monster. Okay. It was when they were in the Norwegian ship,
Yeah.
and it was a rust thing. It was they were rapid oxidization and corrosion. The ship was corroding, and then their bodies were corroding.
I will say that was my inspiration. It was
Season
absolutely
2,
not.
because it was a girl.
But it's in my head because I saw the episode, so that probably did count for where some of this came from. Just not consciously, unfortunately. I'd feel
That's
better if
cool.
it were.
I
Yeah,
like
that'd be
when
a cool thing.
when you could filter things in from the ether of sci-fi, and it comes out. Yes.
All right. Anyway, yes.
Cool.
We'll see next week, and whenever I'm running a game next, it will be mainline Pathfinder.
Sounds good.
Good.
All right. Bye, guys.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Well, thank you.